actually do really well with that because I think the first time they did.
He's at home. He's at home. I don't know. He's okay.
Are we back and running?
I believe so.
Okay.
Apologies for the technical difficulties there. We left with a question about approving requests and the impacts of them. All of our requests that we're trying to put in front of council, we're highlighting the ones that would have a tax levy impact by saying they are operating in nature. Others are all funded from your reserves, being your projects, and trying to smooth out some of those major impacts. I recognize that there can be concerns in approving that with what impacts can that have to our reserves, but we will be advising council of those, because there's only so much we can fit into one day that we can't have all of the other items plus that. So we are trying to figure out the right structure in our 2-day budget meetings to make sure council does feel that they have sufficient information before proceeding with the project. And maybe moving the reserves is one of the solutions to that, but it warrants what gets moved to the other day that you don't have.
And I can appreciate that it's complicated in that regard. Just from my perspective, any new spending, I need, in my opinion, I need to balance that with the impact on the tax rate. So that will come is what I'm hearing you say.
And I think what these are today are items for consideration. We're not approving them as we hear each one. It's at the end of the day, we go back and look at it. How much can we afford to go forward with? They're just items for consideration at this point.
To be more specific, if I were to do that, I would appreciate going back to that 40,000 versus 20,000 for the community improvement plan. I didn't quite follow the logic of why 40,000 would be beneficial this year.
So that was kind of at my recommendation because we have 100,000 in reserves there that has come over a period of 5 years from the county at 20,000 a year. And we haven't utilized it because we haven't had a CIP in place. So the idea being once we can get that community improvement plan moving forward is to maybe give it a bit of a boost and don't use all that 100,000 in the first 2.5 years, but try to spread it out over and get a bit of a boost, see how well it's utilized to see whether next year we do a same matching or we just keep doing the 20,000. And even if we just do 20,000 a year for 5 years, if we're never putting back into that, our plan ends in 5 years. So do we want it to end or do we want that to be something we carry forward with?
Same logic, different perspective. My thinking is that we leave it at the 20,000 and see how well utilized it is. And then if we're oversubscribed this year, then for the following year, we might want to think about bumping it up to 40.
And that's fine. I asked for it to be in there so that we give it that kind of thought going forward, because I don't think we want this to be 5 years and we're done and we never do anything further than that. We want to have a long-range goal on that one.
And that comment is quite well taken. I think I agree. We've gone to the trouble of having the CIP and the consultation process. And assuming that it's successful, we do want it to continue. And I just wanted to say I appreciate Michael's comments about waiting for the OP approval, and then the committee structure is still on our radar for reviewing grant applications and approvals.
So the next request that we have in front of you is our sidewalks program.
Yeah, certainly. Through you. More than happy to discuss the sidewalk replacement program if there's any questions. Essentially, the ask is for $100,000, similar in 2025. And various sidewalks throughout the township will be have been identified for replacement, mainly Kill Site. And there will be extension of sidewalk on the Sunset Boulevard and various sidewalk panels throughout Shallow Lake.
Questions?
Again, happy to hear that. And going back to our risk management discussion, I know some of the sidewalks are in such poor shape, we're just opening ourselves up for liability because they haven't been maintained the way they ought to have been. So I think that's important.
I would add to that, having looked at the asset management plan and the conditions of some things, that's, sidewalks are kind of a low-hanging fruit that we can easily get ahead of, like get them all in decent shape so that we're not constantly replacing huge sections. It would be nice to see something look good all across that plan.
Our next request is around our hard surface preservation program.
So, again, more than happy to take any questions on this one. The ask for the hard surface preservation program, similar in 2025, is $1.5 million. This one surrounds a little bit of different technologies, single surface treatment, double surface treatment, as well as hot mix asphalt. As you will note, township staff have identified several sections of hot mix asphalt road sections to be essentially pulverized and repaved in various communities, communities of Shallow Lake, for example, Castile Road, road sections in the Brook area, Sommer Street, for example, that have been identified as failing or critical condition. It is recommended that those road sections will be pulverized and replaced with hot mix asphalt. Not only that, identified through the asset management plan, staff have been contacted by various concerned residents about these road sections, particularly Sommer Street, as an example. So the ask is $1.5 million. Not going back into previous council discussions, prior budget, I believe that's where this capital replacement program was landing in terms of budget. I know there was a little bit of background talk of increasing that budget, but for now, it's $1.5 million.
Just in reviewing the services survey responses, roads continue to be a huge area of concern for our municipality. And although we like to have a fulsome budget that covers many areas, if this is a priority for the residents, I think we need to commit to at least what we've committed to in 2025 with the increased funding, and continue with that. I think that's what we're hearing from the ratepayers, and I think we owe that to them.
I would say we've started down a good path of improving, maintaining what we have, and it would be good to continue down that path so we don't put the township in the position it was in when we started this term of council. I do have a question, if I may, through you. I feel like there is an inventory of roads and a bit of a schedule in terms of when they would be repaired. And I haven't cross-referenced these lists of roads with that document, but I wanted to know how well they match what our long-term plan was in the council.
If I may, through you, so that goes back to our levels of service from the capital that we need to finish that session with council. Once that is finished, then we can formulate and populate based on available funding, the allocation of what roads may be within what years, which then, once that is formulated, becomes your annual request. Right now, that document isn't completely finished yet because we don't know the direction around the council's proposed levels of service for capitals to have them in the right years. So that matching that you're looking for can't quite happen yet. Based on that asset management plan update not being fully developed yet. Okay. So question for the future then.
I do have one question. First off, you mentioned Summer Street, and I'm not seeing it on that list. And second, Presqu'île Road is on for hot mix asphalt, 2.8 kilometers, and single surface treatment for 1.3. Right? And it's showing as both being from McIntosh Drive to Gray Road 1.
Both directions.
Okay.
At the top of the hill, you know where
Yeah,
it is. Be one direction that way, and then direction to the north end of Great Road 1. Sorry.
okay. That's okay. I caught that it was on there twice, and it didn't say east and west or north and south. So totally clear now, okay? The next one is, it's showing an ask of 1.5 million for this. Did we not up that by another million last year to get more roads done?
So through you, it used to be about $1 million. Last year, we upped it to the 1.5 million. I was seeking council's clarification in relation to Councillor Moore's Coburn and Councillor Day's comments. Are you looking to further enhance that 1.5 million? Or for the purposes of 2026, are you looking to maintain the 1.5 million pending results of an asset management plan?
Okay, sure.
So thanks, Mark. So I would like to see us stay at the 1.5. We're not gonna gain at 1 million, so maybe 1.5 will give us a bit of an opportunity to start to look at it, but wait for the report to come back, whether we go any farther than 1.5. I think we've got it at 1.5. I think we should stay there. There's lots of road work needs to be done. So we can always find other projects.
Yeah, and just to echo that, I think we would be looking to more data from staff regarding, you know, which roads are really bad and which ones are scheduled and which ones need to be addressed. And I would rather not commit to a certain number until I get that information.
Just a point of clarification, and sorry, and three, what I meant to say was Spindon Street instead of
Oh,
rather than
thank
Summer
you.
Street.
Okay.
Staff will certainly look at Summer Street though, and where it is in priority on the list, and if it can be included in 2026 for pulverization and hot mix asphalt, staff will certainly look into that, and if it can be. Sorry for the confusion.
That's okay. I just, when you said Summers, I didn't think we had it up that high in the list yet. Okay. I think the other thing to consider, if we can allocate extra funds, is sometimes there's a road that's not in terrible condition that kind of going at that road then brings it back up without letting it degrade totally. So sometimes we can make more efficient use of our money.
The next item we have in front of council is our major road reconstruction on 14th Street West.
Yes, and thank you, certainly through you. So this section is approximately 345 meters in length, and it would span from 13th Street West to 14th Street Southwest, where the bridge, recently Grey County just rehabilitated the bridge, so this is great timing. The road section is in critical condition again. There is a lot to consider with this road section, mainly being stormwater management. There is going to be a few other considerations, such as slope stability. There is on the south side of the road a very steep slope that has various vegetation that is continuously to die due to the ash trees. So it would be worthwhile to look into the slope stability of that as well with the stormwater management outlets to the existing watercourse. Staff are anticipating approximately $2,210,000 for the full rehabilitation. Yes. So if you will, just to give you an idea of what staff are thinking on this road, it'd be similar to Inglis Falls Road.
So Inglis Falls, when we did that one, we had been putting into reserves for years leading up to that reconstruction, and then we got a grant. so that we had all the money kind of in the bank before we started that. Are we anywhere near that with 14th Street West? I drove that road yesterday and it is terrible.
Through you, we are in the very preliminary stages of 14th Street West. With council's consideration and approval of the budget, staff will in turn seek the expertise through a consultant for the preliminary design background studies, detailed design, contract administration as well. Once we get into a preliminary or detailed design, staff can certainly look into grant opportunities. But my understanding is usually these projects have to be shovel ready in order to get a grant.
Just further to that, you mentioned that you're looking at it as being similar to the Inglis Falls Road. In what way? Are you talking about design or cost or maybe
So
not cost?
I do, yes, in 3 years. So staff's consideration would be similar in design with Inglis Falls. Knowing the complications that occurred with Inglis Falls, staff will certainly keep that in consideration as we seek the expertise of a consultant. Staff do expect that there may be some retaining walls. There is a water course that runs underground, 14th Street West, or if it doesn't run underground, it is a major contributor to the water course at that time, which is why staff will consider stormwater management, retention, and outlets at that time.
Just to be aware that there were several complaints regarding the design of Inglis Falls Road from a pedestrian and cycling perspective. So that jump up on the curb and that section that's guardrailed off wasn't popular. So just to take that into consideration.
And through you and staff will certainly take that comment into consideration. Staff are anticipating that the road will hopefully be widened at that time with some sort of mixed use pedestrian walkway, sidewalk, bicycle lane. Staff will certainly keep the public informed and council informed as we proceed into the preliminary and detailed design if council chooses to move forward with this project.
I can see Ryan kind of squinting there on this one as well. That's a narrow road going down there and you've got slopes up both sides. I'm not sure pedestrian walkways are going to be part of that realistically at a price we can afford.
And it might not be, it's just when the design similarities were mentioned, I just wanted to flag that to your attention. Yes, it wasn't popular.
Yeah, my question was just about the pedestrian portion of it.
And it is sometimes used for the double gully run for runners in Owen Sound, so it is, people will use it regardless of whether or not we put in those structures, which is just something to consider when we're looking at risk and priorities for pieces, which pieces of land, roadway.
And just to further to that, I think we wanted to at least explore the ideas of pedestrian connectivity and looking at an urban cross section. It is a narrow roadway, but I really didn't want to discount that exploration first to see if there is any possibility. If there isn't, there isn't. But at least our engineering consultant will be able to look into that for us.
How much do we own on each side of that roadway?
I think it's a cross section.
Your typical cross section right away is about 66 feet wide, so about 33 from center line to center line, mind you. That's on a typical cross section.
Guessing part of that comes out and goes up.
And through you, that will be part of the design considerations for the consultant to explore to do a legal topographic survey as well, so that we are sure of where our right of way is and that there is no encroachments or any other issues as part of that design consideration.
Any other comments?
Before I announce the next one that we're gonna be looking at, I just wanna remind council, all of these projects that you do approve, staff have regular meetings with Grant Match, our third party for grant submissions. So we provide the list to them, they get all of the requests so that they have an understanding of what we're looking to do. And they actively source out and watch for grants which may be applicable, and we'll have sit down meetings regularly. And then if a grant comes up, we have another opportunity. So once they are approved or proceeding within a budget, that's when we provide it to them. The next program we have is around our bridge and culverts. So this would include Hepworth Creek Culvert, K0003, Ledge Rock Road Culvert, K0017, Shell Lake Rail Trail Bridge, K0025, and Main Street Bridge, K0001.
Yes, and thank you, and through you. The ask is for us for 2,521,300. These culverts and bridges were identified in the 2024 OSIM inspection report completed by Pearson's Engineering. As part of the OSIM, Pearson's gave us a 10-year capital forecast. These culverts and bridges were part of the 1 to 5 year replacements rehabilitation program. So staff do anticipate that K003 Hepworth, K0017 Ledger Rock Culvert, and K025 Shell Lake Rail Trail Bridge is minor rehabilitations. So we'll be looking at deck conditions, abutment conditions, approaches. Those can be pooled, if you will, into one report for consulting expertise. The replacement Main Street Bridge in Shell Lake will be a full replacement. The existing span of the structure is a one-lane structure. The consideration in the ask will be that the Shell Lake Bridge is fully removed and replaced with a 2-lane structure as part of the 10-year forecast for the rehabilitation of Main Street itself.
Questions? I have one on the Main Street Bridge in Shallow Lake. So is that not part of the bigger picture where we would be doing that street as well as sidewalks and everything else in that section, not just the bridge?
So, for you, that is correct. Staff have identified Main Street as being in critical condition as well. As you're aware, sidewalks are essentially in critical condition. They don't meet the existing legislation of accessibility. They're 1.2 meters in width, whereas new standards are 1.5 meters in width. The road cross section itself is semi rule. Staff are considering to upgrade Main Street in the near future to urbanized standards, curbs, gutters, 2 lifts of asphalts, all new sidewalks, stormwater infrastructure as well as part of the long-term replacement of Main Street itself. In order to complete that Main Street Bridge, it's the first component of that major upgrade.
And
Go ahead.
I assume, but just to not make assumptions and make sure I ask, the reports will look at usership. I see one is for a rail trail, but others are over roads, so in terms of importance to the community, that feels like information we should have moving forward, making more clear decisions.
Is the Shallow Lake Rail Trail Bridge not on that first street as you come around the corner? Is it not part of the street there?
Why on this, if you refer to attach, I believe it is just south of Portland Street on the actual trail itself. As part of the 2024 and 2026 OSIM inspection reports, Pearson Engineering will be inspecting all structures, including any rail trail bridges, whereas before in the past, I don't believe these bridges were identified as a structure. So this is the reason why we're seeing the rail trails come into perspective in 2026.
I think there was, we talked previously about not looking at one rail trail bridge or snowmobile trail or ATV trail bridge at a time, but having a bigger picture so that we can see the long range cost and planning for which bridges are most important to the community. So I feel like I need that information in order to make any decision about a bridge that is not on a major or significant roadway.
Oh, sorry, go
For a
ahead.
point of clarity, I was just
Yeah.
gonna mention the fact that if, you know, where the crossing is on Highway 6 on the east end of Shallow Lake and then Portland Street, the
Yeah.
bridge is in between those two points.
Okay, so when I'm looking at this, it's showing it looks to me like it's on Portland Street where Portland goes over the, okay.
It's probably 50
I
meters.
saw that too.
50 meters to the east of that bridge, actually on the same water course.
Okay. So then we have another bridge on Portland Street there, okay.
Questions on your development and infrastructure services request? Next, we have our community environmental services, starting with a operating request for roadside brushing.
Here, just mention it's similar to last year's request. We are finding that our backlog of dangerous tree removals is continuing to grow, where the backlog is growing, but we're still only able to undertake the same amount of tree removal as last year. So we are requesting again an additional 20,000 to be able to get to a point where, at least at the current level of backlog, we should be able to undertake the majority of that moving forward. Now, I cannot predict on whether the ash borer is going to continue to produce more trees, or have we hit kind of a bit of a high point or not. So just, I guess, a point of clarity is that I'm not sure that this will continue in perpetuity, but for the foreseeable future, it is looking like it's continuing to rise. We're looking for some additional budget to try to maintain some risk on behalf of the township.
Judging from the trees on my property, it's not slow down. So we're just slated to have several more removed. How does an extra 40,000, 20,000 translate into more work being done? Are you hiring extra people for contract work? or
It's
something?
purely contract.
It is.
Yeah, should take. The 20,000 is for contractor work. So we are continuing to do trees that we are able to take on, but the reality of the situation is that the majority of these dangerous trees are either near hydro lines, near private property, or size, nature, or whatever that needs specialized equipment like bucket trucks, et cetera, to be able to take them down.
Thank you.
So it's work that we can't do ourselves.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Earl, yeah, just kind of on Councillor Colburn's here, I just took 6 ash trees down here in the weekend and they all died within a matter of a year. Like they were healthy as could be a year ago, and then the one was actually would probably come down on its own this winter. So I think it's something we really got to look at, because if we don't take them down, they're going to come down and it probably won't be good. So.
Councillor Day.
For you, do you foresee this as a cost for the immediate future years as well? Presumably, this money won't get us through all the dying and dead.
It is a request to increase the operating budget, so it would be for a year-to-year basis. I don't think we'd be looking to go downward for sure, at least until we see that trend of being able to remove the backlog of cases that we have. Sorry, excuse me. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, but I would not be surprised if I was here next year again and asking for an increase potentially, just for the rate of how it is increasing. It's that tipping point of, okay, have all the ash trees now died? Because then at that point in time, we could assume that it might be a downtick in emergency trees needing to be removed. But I'm not sure where we're at in that curve. If we're still on the rise or near a plateau or not.
Thank you. I also wanted to acknowledge the truth and reconciliation piece where you found an interesting looking solution or opportunity to work with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation to not just chip the wood but find other uses for it, which is thoughtful and appreciated.
So what kind of risk are we still at and liability are we taking on by not getting out there and getting all of them out of the way as quickly as we can? Like doing that at say 20,000 this year and an extra 20,000 next year and the next year, what's the risk and liability sitting there in the middle that might cost more than just getting them done?
Fair question. I can't, again, predict the amount of risk, but where the risk lies, obviously, is damage to private property, as well as the potential of just flat out health and safety, not just property. There's also, calling it a risk, but us having to call out staff to take a tree off of the road in the middle of the night obviously has operational cost impacts, but it also has the potential that or trees like that could have had a car underneath it or a pedestrian underneath it at the time it fell. So we don't get a ton of emergency trees. I would say a half dozen to a dozen probably, not taking the ice storm into consideration last winter. So yeah, it's hard. There's definitely risk. We could throw a whole bunch of budget at this to try to then identify all, say, ash trees. We could take any of them that are dead or dying right now. We could even go to the level of taking down all ash trees within the right of way, because it is pretty much a death sentence to ash borer to all ash trees. Now, there's obviously some that may get past it. So yeah, there's a definite range of where we could go on budget for that. This extra 20,000 is just trying to get us to a point where we're matching the caseload that's coming in from this previous year. And with that, again, it's a prediction that I don't really know on whether that backlog is gonna then exponentially grow in 2026 as well.
So I'm wondering if council, if we could park that one as something to look at later in the day or later in this process as, do we want to double that to 40,000 to try and get ahead of that kind of risk? And to just kind of highlight that as something we would come back and look at later. Okay, staff can make that notation so that we don't lose track, but go ahead.
May I ask one
Yeah,
further
go right ahead.
question before we totally switch topics? It's not actually about ash, but it's about oak, because the oak wilt has recently jumped the border down in Niagara. So just looking ahead, are we paying attention to other species, invasive species that are moving further north, also impactful trees, and using preventative measures, just like we did with Emerald Ash Borer, just are these trying to slowly
Through your Mayor Carlton, The honest answer is no, we're not doing much of anything other than just absorbing information that we're hearing about, but we have not put any kind of a program together as of yet to try to look at the preventative measures if at all possible for other diseases that may be coming our way. There's also maple that's not so much here yet, but it is also at the border and creeping up that, there's lots of potential issues that we might be running into for sure. So I can't, I guess I would have a hard time right now changing focus or having an additional focus to try to go on to those other things when right now we have a major issue that we're dealing with currently.
And that might be an opportunity for work, interdepartmental work with environmental.
For sure.
I just wanted to build on Councillor Day's comments about the oak trees and perhaps that's something for our communications team as well, to get the word out about prevention measures for people's own trees on their own properties to help slow the spread. I know that there are recommendations around when to prune and that kind of thing, so it might be something that we could build a bit of an education piece on as well.
The next community environmental services request is the Keppel Sarah pathway. This request has been brought forward from the direction of council out of the last budget cycle in 2020.
Through Mayor Copeland, that's a pretty simple one here is direction, so we're just putting forth proposed cost of $20,000 to remove and replace the asphalt pathway that is currently existing on our property to the west end boundary of the school.
Questions on that one?
There had been talk at one time of turning that short piece over to the school so that it would then be theirs for them to look after. Taking it, we didn't go any further with
It
that.
wasn't part of the direction to staff.
Okay. I just remember that going back a number of years that had been considered was, could we turn that over to the school? Because it's of no use to us and it is used by the school.
Through your America, there is seven, there are actually 3 different unopened right of ways that actually traverse the school property as of right now. That's considered our property, so that this would be among those other ones.
Okay.
The next request is for vehicle and equipment, so it includes our admin SUV, a half-ton pickup truck, and a tandem snowplow.
I can do an overview again through Mayor Carlton. As part of our vehicle replacement plan, we had scheduled for replacement of the pickup truck vehicle 253. That's an older vehicle with over 325,000 kilometers on it. It's reaching the end of its life cycle. As well, as part of the replacement plan that I had discussed with council over the last couple of years, with tandem axle plow truck is required. On that note, I just wanted to, it wasn't in the report, but just making you aware of that we have had some fairly significant repairs to several of our aging snowplow fleet, where we are hopeful that they will reach their replacement schedule over the next couple of years. But it is a few of the vehicles, and I'm thinking of 3 in particular, that are getting towards not being financially viable to repair, and therefore I wouldn't be surprised if in the next year or 2 that we may be requesting for multiple plow trucks in a single year to ensure that we keep our number of fleet where it is currently. Aside from that, another one that there's vehicle B248, it's the administrative office's shared vehicle. The engine imploded this year and is not financially viable to repair, so it's been sitting at our derby shop for the majority of this year. We did a few of just internal reviews on the usage, and just kind of a stat would be that just over 30 days, the need for a vehicle was over, sorry, I'm just looking for my number that I wrote down here. 32 business days, 42 business trips were required, and that gives me enough information that it should be replaced, and that is our suggestion. The vehicle 248 is proposed to be replaced with either a hybrid or electric vehicle, which will help in our plan moving forward to electrify the fleet over beyond 2035. So this would be our first vehicle going in that direction. Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Mark Earl. Yeah, a lot of information in there too, and the real trick, and I find with vehicles of any kind anymore, and heavy equipment especially, we have just as many problems with the new stuff as we do the old stuff, and they can be, it's a real battle to try and keep a fleet on the road. This is one that's, I kind of look at, I don't know, you're saying that the cost of the old stuff's cost beyond repairs to make it viable, but I know coming from a company that we have new trucks, we spent more on those new trucks than we did in the old stuff. So I know it's a real tricky spot to be in to try and utilize the equipment the best we can, and I know you're doing everything you can, and it's just something to be aware of with the new technology. She's not all she's cracked up to be, and not to say that I'm against the electric vehicle side of things there, but I'm leery about it. So that's just me on the electric vehicle side of things. But I know you're hearing lots more on the news every day about electric vehicles and what the problems are, and it just for me it's more information to see what comes forward. So not that I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, I'm still leery about it. So just a comment.
That's just in addition to that, through Mayor Carlton, I completely understand and agree with your comments, but Mayor, one thing that I would note is that we actually had planned to replace a different snowplow this year than the one that we're actually going to, because it cannot be safetied anymore. And the additional ones I know we're spending money on, but they're gonna be in the very same place as the one that we had this year that we had planned to replace. We had to keep that one in the fleet this year because the other one was unsafetyable. We can't put it on the road. Frame rot and all the rest of that stuff. What we put these particular vehicles through is very rough with all the same assault that we put them on. So yeah, so it may not just be the fact that the technology's old and we're spending a bit of money on them. Some of them just won't be physically allowed to come back on the road. So I just wanted to add that for information.
Yeah, thanks, Mark Earl. Just about, yeah, and I'm not debating on the whole scenario there. I know you got your hands full in the whole scenario with vehicles and what we have for a fleet and stuff that was on to be safety. And yeah, no, just I understand what you're saying. So I know what you got to do.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton, and through you to staff, just further in regards to greening our fleet and the potential for EVs or hybrids. I don't necessarily believe everything I read in the news, but I imagine staff have access to other similar municipalities, similar needs, similar roads, similar weather. So I know some of them are a little further than we are with the EVs, hybrids, and I imagine connecting with them would be valuable in terms of what challenges they're seeing, if any, and that would help inform our decisions as well.
I do believe that this one, if we are gonna dip our toes into the electric market, that this one would probably be the ideal person to turn a vehicle to do it on because it is an administrative vehicle. It'll be shorter trips. I'm not proposing at this point in time to take an operational vehicle into that, so, but your point's very well taken.
I think what surprised me on that one is a 10-year-old SUV with only 120,000 kilometers. The engine blew?
Yes, unfortunately, this vehicle, Hyundai was actually replacing engines. We missed out on the window by 2 months. I tried, and Hyundai Owen Sound tried on our behalf to try to get Hyundai to replace ours after that fact still, but they would not. It wasn't quite a recall, but they admitted there was an issue and they were replacing engines for free. Somebody else here, or somebody, fire chief's wife had hers, which is the same vehicle, had her engine replaced for free. But we missed out.
That's too bad. Okay. Any other comments or questions on this one? Seeing none?
Next, we have our road closed trailers.
Mayor Carlton, currently the township owns one set of, we'll call them legal road closure trailers. We do have some other things like barricades, et cetera, that we use from time to time to try to close roads. But if they're not truly appropriate to be left overnight to close roads, et cetera. Right now, one set of road closed trailers obviously will only close one road. If we're just using last winter as an example, we had several roads closed all at the same time, and we only had one truly properly closed road at a time. Operationally as well, having one road closed trailer, obviously it's set somewhere at one of our 3 shops. If it's up in Kemble, we need a road closed in Derby. That's a lot of time and spent trying to go drive to Kemble to pick it up, which then just makes ODP angry that they're standing at the intersection, et cetera. So what we would like to do is to get 2 more sets, to have at least one set at each shop so they can be deployed quickly and efficiently, and be able to close more than one road at a time. An important part to that is that there is a grant application process right now that we have not quite just over a week to get out if approved by council, to be able to get full funding for those consistency trailers.
So is that one that we could give direction on now to apply for that? Because if we can get full funding,
So through you, we would need that separate direction from council. This is not at this time an approved project, nor would it be in the budget for by the deadline to apply. So I can provide that specific direction. It does then commit you in essence to the road closed trip if that direction is provided.
So, and providing we can get the grant funding, right? Like we can approve it on the basis of getting the grant funding.
If you wish to approve it only on the basis of being successful with the grant, that is your option. If you are still, if that is the condition that is put on it, it would mean if we're unsuccessful in the grant, it does not happen. If you're putting that condition on it.
And that's a decision that can't be changed later, should we not receive the grant, and we've had an opportunity to look at all of the various projects.
There is processes under the Shopper powers for amendments to the budget, but you would be triggering that process then.
it just logically makes sense to me that it's something you'd want to go ahead with. Because I'm thinking staff time, downtime, traveling to one shop or the other to get it, because it'll always be at the opposite end of the township. I just think giving the direction to get the grant funding at this point, but not making it this item conditional. Does that make sense? I think so
I think we
too.
need to
So,
move forward with it for
Yeah.
sure. I don't want to miss out on an opportunity if we can get the money.
yeah,
And we do
it
need
just
the
means
money.
we don't get the money, then we are looking at having 35,000 in the budget to do this.
So if you are proceeding with it, my recommendation would be that you have the 35,000, we earmark it to be funded from reserves, with it to be funded from the grants in the event we're successful. So you can have it there that it's still an approved project to be funded from reserves. However, if the grant comes available, we'll eliminate that hold that is placed on the reserves for the project.
I support that because this project promotes safety throughout the municipality. It's not prioritizing one area or one population, and changing winter dynamic feels like there's an increasing need for possible road closures.
And I think,
Mayor Coughlin,
go ahead.
that is like almost, you almost repeated the definition of the grant request. That's what it's.
well, because if we need it during a winter storm, it's a safety issue. We've now got guys out on a road in a storm to go close a road because of the storm.
It's even more important that you think of, there are some roads in the community that are closed that we know we can't maintain when flooding comes up. So you're automatically using some of the trailers at those facilities, you take that one out immediately. So I think it's prudent to proceed in the manner you're talking about.
So that'll be an item I'll come back at the end of the day for us to make a motion on.
The last item under our community environmental services is the AC units at the Chalet Community Center.
Through your Mayor Coughlin. So we have at least 3 different items for the Chalet Community Center building equipment repairs. One being the condenser for the ice making plant. It was noticed during startup this year that we have an ammonia leak. It is a minor leak at this point in time. And therefore, there's it is a health and safety issue, but it's managed. But we will not be able to continue to manage it moving forward. The condenser itself is in the mid-range of the expected life expectancy between 20 and 25 years. Therefore, I guess what I wanted to mention is the risk of not replacing it would be potentially an immediate breakdown, and we will have no ice in the arena. The next item was the AC units, the air conditioning units. We have 2 units for the community center. Obviously, it's not the arena, but at the community center portion, 1 unit is already inoperable, and it takes 2 to run it. The second one would be expected that it's going to fail soon as well, and therefore technology with the Freon would no longer used and therefore cannot be parts cannot be readily replaced. Therefore, we're asking for those 2 units as well. And then during the startup of the ice making plant, again, there was it was noticed by the contractors that there's a main 200 amp disconnect in the plant equipment room that is showing signs of wear and is running hotter than should in normal ranges, and therefore is recommended to be replaced. Therefore, it's $125,000 for the condenser, $60,000 for the AC units, and $10,000 for the 200 amp disconnect.
Questions, comments?
Not about those in particular, but falling within this category. This is gonna sound trivial and small, but I've had ratepayers say the glass in the door at Shallow Lake has been broken for years, and is there any way that can be repaired? I imagine there's a cost associated with that, but I can't imagine it being too great.
Yeah, we do, honestly, we do know about the door. Right now, actually, half of that door was not doing well and it's actually been bolted shut for the time being because it's going to fall off. So we were making some repairs this week to ensure that that door is operable, but we are looking at costing for the replacement of that door. And right now, I do believe that we were anticipating trying to replace that door in the operating.
And one second one, I can always appreciate when we have to do upgrades and spending on Charlotte Lake. We also have Kemble Community Center that's now well utilized, and I think that's a success story. There have been multiple requests for flooring improvements at Kemble. We have a lot of users, not just pickleball, but others as well, and the floor can be slippery at times. So going back to our discussion about risk, I know that there have been meetings, or at least I've been made aware that there have been meetings with requests for a different type of flooring that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 35,000. I would like to propose that it might be worth our while to look at improving the flooring there, given the usage. Even if it's just about reducing our risk of injuries. I don't know if you have any comments to make about that.
I do, through your mayor. We have met with the ball club a couple of times now. You will see probably in the near future a delegation from the club. They have been doing some work at researching different flooring types. They've taken it upon themselves. Obviously, our discussions, we want to make sure that the product that they think is viable for their use, since they are like the lion's share user of the facility, but that also works for the other user groups that are within there. So they are taking on, I guess, steering this at the moment, but they are looking to come to the council to discuss that further in the near future.
So we thank you for that, and I think that's a great process. I just think it seems to be one of the issues where we're dragging our feet a little bit. And we've been talking about the flooring for at least a year now. They've made recommendations regarding the flooring. I would like to recommend that we put this on the budget for 2026, pending staff finding or approving a specific type of flooring that works for all user groups. I understand a delegation and all of that's important, but I guess I'm wondering why we've been hesitating to look into this in a real way for at least a year now, if not longer.
Through Mayor Carlton, I would say that the building assessment project that was, hopefully is the right word, this year, is that I would want to see what comes out of that one before we do too much moving forward for that. Right now, we are mitigating the issues a little bit with the club about the slippery floor, et cetera, with fans. Just the fact that they are well aware of the potential issue and they review the floor every time they go in to make sure that they're not playing on a court that has been impacted by condensation, et cetera. It's not the answer. I agree we should be moving forward with something, but I would want, I guess I would say I wouldn't spend a bunch of budget on something that potentially has impact or goes against what the assessment of the building itself comes out with.
I mean, we know what the assessment of the building's gonna be, it's like 50 or 60 years old, but we're using it. The fact that we're using it and we're promoting its use, I think needs to be taken into consideration as well. I respectfully ask for this to be a consideration for the budget. I just don't see the point of dragging our feet on this any further. I don't know that the mitigation efforts have been successful or not, I haven't heard. But I myself have slipped. I know people who have, and I've only played there 3 times. I know people who have had serious injuries from the floor there. Now, this is going back a year ago and maybe things are better now, but I would like us to take that into consideration for 2026 if possible.
So I would suggest that we add that to our list of things that we're gonna come back to at the end of the day.
That was the last of the requests for community environmental services. Before we move to the next, are there any other questions that you might have in relation to that?
I don't have a question, but I have an update which may be useful if it's okay to give it now. My afternoon attendance also determined the quorum, so I find myself in a pickle. And budget is on that meeting agenda as well, so it is a challenge, and they're still waiting to hear from one person, so we can hope a little bit longer.
In the spirit of trying to get through these business requests, our last kind of department that we're looking at is Office of the CIO and Corporate Services. The first request being a operating increase around our special events, our 25th year since amalgamation.
Thank you, Sam, and for you, Carlton. The special events increase that you have in front of you suggests a $20,000 increase to the existing $20,000 operating budget that was approved going into the 2024 season. So that would bring our total core operating budget for special events to a total of $40,000 per year. This request is twofold, both in that we've really taken off with our special events. We've dedicated a lot of resources to it, and they've been well received and well attended. I will just reflect briefly on the survey results, the budget survey results that reflect that appreciation within the community, being an appreciation for the special events and bringing the community together. So that's been reflected in the feedback that we've gathered this year. So firstly, to supplement our special events in that, again, we are adding more and more every year, so we're looking for additional funding to keep that going. And secondly, as our treasurer has highlighted, next year is the township's 25th anniversary. So we are looking for additional funds to supplement our planned schedule to address the 25th anniversary celebrations. Now, we're not completely sure what that looks like yet. We have created some suggestions, bounced around some ideas, but we have not finalized what a schedule looks like yet. We know we want to have dedicated events to celebrate the 25th anniversary, and we know it will be a reoccurring theme throughout next year, but we're not exactly sure what the 25th anniversary celebrations will look like yet. We'd be happy to provide more information to council as those plans are firmed up. Now, with respect to Councilor Colburn's notice of discussion on October 15th, I just wanted to highlight that while the attendance rates are included in this report, the cost breakdown per event is not. We have some numbers that I can share with you as high level at this point if there's interest. Thank you to our communications manager for pulling them together. Essentially, our largest ticket items are the Kemble Maple Tour. That totals around $4,300. The longest day of play, which totals around $4,200. Canada Day, which totals around $4,300. And again, I'll just reflect back to the business base that you see in front of you. In the 2025 Canada Day event, we had the most people come out to that event that we've ever seen. So that's definitely a success story for this council. And the last largest kind of ticket item would be the outdoor movie nights. We had 3 this year, and those events total $7,000 for all.
Ladies, thank you for that breakdown. Does that include staff time in preparation and attendance as well? Is that total cost?
It does not reflect staff.
So the costs are actually quite a bit more than this when we consider staff time. I think it's great that we have community events and that they're well attended. I support that. I don't know that I can support the additional amount for the 25th anniversary celebration. I think what I'd rather see us do is build that into our special events that we have going anyway. I predict this is what's gonna happen. I hope I'm wrong. We're gonna have this discussion, staff's gonna bring us back a budget eventually. We're gonna say, oh, no, we can't have a tax increase of that amount. Find ways to cut back. And this might be one of the areas where we can do that preemptively. So while I think these special events are important, our 25th anniversary of the township, I do wonder how important that is to the public, really. It's important to us as a council, but I suspect they're going to appreciate the movie nights and the Maple Tour probably more than celebrating kind of an arbitrary amalgamation. So I for one, don't support the additional money. I would rather see us either for 1 year cut back on our other events and have something for the anniversary, or build the anniversary into the events that we already have in place.
Your comments? I have to say, I see the value in celebrating Georgian Bluffs. I think that's what it comes down to, is what we're doing, and celebrating that for 25 years we have been working forward in this manner. So when I first thought about the 25th, it was Councillor Barfoot who came to mind, because Carol would have been all over the celebration and doing things. And I think it is important to the people. Some of the people that I run into at these events, I think of one gentleman in Canada Day who commented that he had just moved to Georgian Bluffs and he was loving being a resident now of Big Bay, and he wanted to know where he could pay, like what were we charging, and loved that this was no charge and a community building exercise, and he loved the opportunity to get to know his fellow residents. And I heard that same comment at movie nights, at other events. I think it's important. Part of what we're doing with this is building a community. Go ahead.
I agree with everything you said. I just think that we need to find the right balance with folks' opinions on how much we should be spending on core services and the impact of the increase in their tax levies. I can't emphasize enough that I appreciate what we've done, and I think it's fantastic, and yes, people will appreciate these events, but we could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on events. It's not going to mean that people will feel more community or more appreciative at the end of the day. So I predict we're going to have to find ways to cut back down the road, because that's how it's been every single year that I've been on council, and I just think it's important to consider where our dollars are spent most effectively.
I understand the value of all the comments made to date. I think that with some of the events that have been run in the past, they wouldn't necessarily need to be replaced, but they could be themed as a 25th year event, like longest day of play. Children love counting. There's all sorts of opportunities to use maps in the outdoors. So adding that theme to the events that already exist would be a way of honoring the ratepayers who don't want to see their taxes increase, as well as the constituents who want to celebrate 25 years of a municipality. So there might be a way to compromise. There might be a way to tweak the events that already exist, and maybe 20,000 is a number that could be decreased and have a smaller increase for the amount that goes towards a special event for 1 year and not the ongoing operating budget. But yeah, I think looking for compromise in here could be a way forward.
So I'm looking at that one not as 20,000 being added every year. It's a one-time. Am I right? Was the idea to add 20,000 every year to the events or just for the 1 year as a special?
I would welcome council's feedback. At this time, it is an operating budget request, so therefore the operating budget would be increased by $20,000 per year. Council can make the distinction that it is a one-time supplement to the budget. And should you wish to make that distinction, you are welcome to. Alternatively, should council find it more appropriate to keep the budget at a $20,000 cap, we can look at reframing our existing events to reflect a 25th anniversary celebration. This is entirely up to council. We're happy to take any direction.
Grant first and then Ken.
Yeah, thanks, McGraw. Yeah, no, with the events that we've had over the last, so I've been on this 7 years now, whatever, we're getting more and more turnout every year to every event that we hold. And people are talking about the events that we're having and the availability to go. I look at the ones on here that I've been to myself and people I've met there that I've never, wouldn't have met unless I went to the event. So I think it's great. We got to keep the initiative there. I think it's, people do appreciate it. I obviously don't hear about it every day. We hear about the complaints more than the good things. So is there a compromise in the 20,000? I don't know. I was thinking 10,000 would be a starting point. If you could go with 10,000 to add to it to do your 25th anniversary. I did like what Councillor Day had mentioned there too about incorporating 25th anniversary with the Columbus Day of Play and different things like that, but and kind of work it all together. So I know we got to come at a landing point on this somewhere along the line, but I do believe we're making good steps forward with what we're doing, and I don't want to see that go backwards now.
I think CAO has a comment here.
So I think that, I wonder if we can agree with Brittany's comments about, this is a council decision, we can do whatever it is that you direct in terms of events. So what we've tried to typically do is increase our presence in the community and have events that's creating steam, and at that point we're at $20,000. I think some of the things we're trying to do is look at the celebration of the 25th anniversary or establish a bit more presence in combination with the rebranding that we talked about that's in our strategic plan. So I wonder if it would make sense to give Bailey the opportunity to talk about sort of what we have in mind to celebrate the year and, you know, to speak to that increase in investment. So if you tolerate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the mayor, thank you to the CAO for giving this opportunity to talk about some of the ideas we kicked around with for the upcoming year. Definitely involves just adding on small pieces to the events that we normally have. So we've talked about, you know, some sort of like a time capsule type thing where the items would be added as the events progress throughout the year, and then it could be sort of sealed up and commemorated at the end of the year. We've talked about doing you know, a concentrated weekend that would be a little bit of a standalone, but might have a movie night as part of the 25th anniversary celebration weekend. We talked about working in some of our existing tree planting efforts to be part of this commemoration of the 25th anniversary. So we have looked at a bit of a combination of enhancing the events that we currently offer and then adding some additional events to our complement, really focused on commemorating the history and heritage of our region, including the farming townships that now make up Williams, Gordon, Loves, celebrating the environment that we all love and are so lucky to get to experience here in our community, because we found that those are the things that really resonate the most with our residents. We've also worked really hard to work more in partnership with local businesses, with local service groups, to add to our complimentary events over this past year. I'll give a lot of credit to Shannon and Brian for that and the work that they've done to enhance those relationships and give us a little more mileage out of the investment that we're already making. And I did want to add one little piece to something the mayor mentioned on kind of the equity that having no and low cost recreational events provide for the community. I think especially when we're in an economic environment that is getting harder and harder for families to provide recreation, provide paid recreation for larger families, having free events that any member of the community can attend at no cost adds a lot of value to the social fabric of the community, and also from
just like a general community safety and well-being perspective, that sense of belonging and those connections that come with meeting your neighbors and reducing that isolation that people experience has long-term benefits to a community like Georgian Rocks.
Thank you. I think those are some great ideas as a starting point, and I certainly appreciate the long-term benefits of improving the fabric of our communities, mental health, physical health, safety, security, all the rest of it. I would be in the spirit of reaching some consensus, which we don't need to do now anyway, but I would be happy to entertain an additional 10,000 for 2026 for the anniversary. I don't see myself supporting it, the increase on an ongoing basis. I think what we need to do is look at that 10,000 for 2026. And then perhaps look at it again down the road as an increase operationally year over year. I'm hesitant to commit to anything without seeing what the final impact is on the tax rate. Yes, people that come out to these events are going to give positive feedback and are going to express their joy and appreciation. But that's why they're there. It's the ones who aren't there that I'm trying to give a voice to, the ones that are trying to afford the rent and groceries by the end of the day and trying to strike that balance.
I think the consideration here is, this is just in front of us for consideration for when we get to the end of this process, to go back and look at what we can justify leaving in and what we can't.
One last thought, and I know volunteer organizations sometimes have trouble replacing volunteers right now. So partnerships with community organizations come with different challenges. But I wonder if we have explored all the different organizations within Georgian Bluffs that may be interested in celebrating the 25th anniversary of the township, and hike of the Sydenham section of the Bruce Trail, for example, came to mind as a celebratory thing, which many people within our community, the hikers and naturalists, already do. But the people like those end-to-end hikes, so we have just ideas. I can come up with a lot quickly, and it doesn't mean they're good ones. But the salmon tour, which recently happened, was an example of Gray Sobel and Owen Sound working together. It ended at Inglis Falls, and there's a whole passport system set up. But that was run in partnership between two organizations, which would both reduce cost and increase the amount of staff available to run the event, and volunteers.
Through the mayor to Councillor Day, yes, absolutely. I did briefly mention Jim's been working really hard to build some of those relationships with community organizations, as you mentioned. A lot of them are struggling to get volunteers. A lot of them have very busy times of year, and when we reached out to them to partner with us on certain things, they may not have been available. Some were available. We have some community organizations that are going to be doing some trick-or-treating on our Halloween movie night later this week. But I think we have found, and there's a lot more opportunity for some really good ways to collaborate, especially when we can offer events that have a low cost, either in terms of materials or in staff time. For example, the farm crawl that we did this year, which was really successful, and really beyond sign printing and advertising, that was the extent of the cost of that particular event. So those relationships have been building, and I think they're going to end up being a big part of our 2026, recognizing that challenge that volunteers can be a little bit hard to come.
Thank you for all those comments. So,
Our next request is the introduction of a operating records management program. Thank you. So this request is in front of you for the first time. We have not in our history had a formal records management program, which I know sounds a little bit insane, but we just have a lot of initiatives happening and not a lot of resourcing to dedicate to it. So this request is for the introduction of a $25,000 annual operating budget to advance some of the records management work that we have already been doing through more informal channels.
So we are required by the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act to have a meaningful records management system in place. We currently do our best, and I believe and am bringing forward this recommendation because the township really should have a more meaningful approach to our records keeping and just the way we do our day-to-day business and the impacts of not having a solid program on those things. So I won't get into the really boring legal stuff, but as I mentioned, we do have responsibilities and requirements under various acts. So having a records management program is vital to our success as a township, as an organization. There are, a number of benefits that includes preserving our history as a township. We're talking about the 25th anniversary and, those records from all of our 25 years. As you know, I sorted through all of our bylaws more recently, and that was a very meaningful exercise. So having something in place and a system and a solid process that speaks to how those records are going to be managed makes a lot of sense, as well as being legislated. So we have been undertaking a number of initiatives, including digitization and verification of our bylaws, which has been completed. We're working internally to migrate our agendas and minutes and staff reports from time spans further than 2016, but currently we've done up to 2016. We've just done a lot of work internally off the side of our desks as we could manage. We've been working on digitizing some of our property roll files. As you can tell from the report, we've only got 15% of the total files digitized thus far. But the work that we've done so far does equate to, just over 13,000 documents being digitized so far. So it is a very meaningful exercise. A lot of departments utilize those records, and having them readily available is a benefit to everybody and makes a lot of sense. We've managed to do a lot of this work through the support of a summer student that council has approved in previous years. We have been very fortunate to have a summer student in that role who is incredibly competent and who has been able to make a lot of progress for us in such a short period of time. We can't understate the value of having that summer student in the past few years. And so we're essentially just asking that program be formalized and that we be able to continue that work every year. There's a lot bigger contribution that we would need to be, fully compliant or, be in the best position possible. But at this point in time, I think it would be acceptable to introduce the operating budget and then to assess the needs corporate-wide. So the request is for $20,000 to fund that summer student position and for an additional $5,000 to advance some training and to purchase some materials to continue that work. So it's a really great idea to have a records management program, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead.
I think I'm actively making but I'd like to double check. This would also help us with insurance, so should there be liability and we need a record from a case.
Yes, absolutely. It is a risk mitigation measure as well.
Are there programs that support summer students? Do I not remember there at one time you could apply to one of the levels of government?
CESG, I don't remember what the acronym stands for. CESG.
I think it is Canvas, right?
Canada Summer Students.
Yeah.
If I may, just to add further context, we have been applying for the past 5 or so years, and I'm not sure we've ever been successful. Maybe once.
1 year we were successful in our application.
Okay. But it is something we would continue with, so, okay.
Yeah, in the event that we were successful in the grant process, this would offset that cost.
Okay.
Did you ever receive feedback about why we were unsuccessful in obtaining a student?
Not to my knowledge, other than you just
no.
Yeah.
Just no.
Yeah.
Is it in a past job in a past location, we just counted on that funding coming through every year, and it did come through every year. So it was a very reliable source of funding for us in the outdoor education world. So I'd be just curious about the criteria maybe that the government uses, or if there's a way of tweaking our applications.
I just heard from our manager of HR, and they do not provide feedback. They just approve or do not.
So moving forward, if we were to be successful in grant funding for that summer student, what happens to this allocation? Do we tuck it away for future years?
For you, you do fund it through taxation. So if we are successful in the grant, that lowers the amount that we do need from the taxation, creating a tax surplus in essence that council could use on other purposes in the year, or it could be grouped into our annual reallocation to reserves. Go ahead, Carla.
It is noted in the report as well that we have more needs than the 25,000, and so any contributions in excess would go into reserves to support building this program up into what it needs to be. And that could include, purchasing a more comprehensive records management software. In the future, we're currently operating on free programs only. So we utilize SharePoint as part of our Microsoft 365. It's a good middle measure. It's a good way to store your records, but it's not exactly a management system. So there is a lot of programs and a lot of resources that are available that do more things. So any funds that aren't used would be set aside to help offset the cost of hopefully at some point in time getting to a more comprehensive records management system.
Or an alternative might be to have 2 summer students for 1 year. We got one through a grant and have 2 to try and get caught up in that backlog of records.
I stand to be corrected, but I do not believe the grant fully funds the summer
Okay,
student.
partially funds,
It
okay.
only partially funds.
50%.
50%, okay. Mr. Coburn.
Further to that, so I'm assuming, because this request is coming forward, we don't have the resources currently to do that kind of work.
That's correct.
And so this is just a one-time request, or is this an ongoing, like how many years are we looking at, or is this just for 2026?
This is an ongoing introduction of a records management program. So $25,000 every year is being requested.
And is it the type of work that's appropriate for a student? Or like, are you getting these post-secondary students that you're getting? Are they people in the field, or is it more sort of mundane shuffling around of records and whatnot? I'm just wondering of the suitability of a student doing this kind of work for us.
Thank you through you. At this point in time, the work that's been completed to date has been digitization. So this is digitization so far of publicly accessible records like our bylaws, our minutes, agendas, staff reports, major reports, things like that. So it is suitable work for a summer student to do. The information contained in roll files can sometimes be more sensitive or more technical in nature, but the task itself is to simply digitize the record. So at this point in time, I think it's most suitable and most fiscally responsible for the work to be completed by a summer student as opposed to a full-time staff member with a higher wage.
The next request that we have in front of you would be for a purchasing and risk management coordinator. It would be a new full-time equivalent. The financial ask of the $52,500 is representative of the estimated salaries and benefits per half of a year. So that would need to be double to be an annual impact. Procurement is a big part of what we do with each and every large capital ask on top of our regular ask. We did modernize and update our procurement policy earlier this year in an attempt to try and move and standardize some of one of those procurement documents that are going out. It used to be each department did their own, and you could have one department that looked one way, another department looked another, but the contractor could be bidding on both. That there was no standardization or consistency with what was being put out. So we have standardized some of those and are getting more closer to it. We also would be marrying this role for risk management. Risk is something that the township inherently has given our operations. This position of the risk management aspect would be working closely with insurance to ensure all of those policies are updated, to work with department heads in making those policies, to highlight and advise on where our risks may be more suited, where some liability or gaps we may have, and me putting that all together to ensure that the township has a better risk management and working to find ways to mitigate those risks that we may be inherently exposed to given our nature of a municipality.
So anytime we add an FTE, I feel compelled to ask the difficult questions because this has a fairly significant impact over time. So perhaps I'd look to our CAO to make comment. Is this something that you see a need for forever, or is this more of a 3-year contract kind of position to get us in a better spot risk-wise and getting our procurement processes down so that our current staff members might be able to handle it going forward? I would just throw that over to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Councilor Coburn. Through you, Madam Chair. I think it's a really good question, and what I'm going to say is that after 2 weeks here, I don't think I could say with any confidence that I know for sure what the right answer is. And I think that what I have come to find is that we have a really engaged professional staff team that's all working very hard, and I'm respecting the work that they've done, you know, leading up to this point. So I've come at an interesting time where I'm really landing, and then we're coming to talk about budget a minute later, right? So, you know, on the face of it, when I read these reports, it makes good sense, and the work that's been done ahead of me was done so with lots of good data analysis and good planning. So I have confidence in the recommendation. I think that part of the work that needs to be done is having a look at our organizational structure and making sure that our reporting relationships and our division, our structuring of the work is done in the best way. So, I mean, that doesn't sound like a clear answer to your question, but I don't think at this point, 10 days in, I don't know that I'm really able to answer the question, you know, with any level of confidence, because I'm just, you know, getting to understand that. I have full confidence in the work that's been done and the reports that are written.
Just one follow-up to that. So this is one ask for an additional FTE. Can we anticipate more, or when you look at the org structure, I'm just wondering where this fits into the whole scheme of things. Or is this it for 2026?
So when you are talking to me, I see that we have organizational structure on our agenda to talk more about today. My observations leading up to the 2 weeks that I got here and the 2 weeks that I've been here, I would say that my general approach to a puzzle-like organizational chart isn't the only answer is adding more pieces, because if adding more resources is always going to be the easiest answer, but it's really going to be about division of labor and how we restructure. I think if I'm talking to you about the organizational structure, I would say in the short time that I've been here, I've noticed that we don't have a director of community services anymore. I think the previous structure that you approved had some dual positions. So that's one observation that I would have for you. And another observation would be that all of the staff that you see before you are acting as their own administrative support in many cases. So we don't have a dedicated administrative support in our organization. So take an example, the one that I'm coming from with, a similar sized budget, $25 million, has 19 administrative support professionals. So I don't know that you can draw a straight line in that comparison, but if you're asking for my early observation, everyone here is doing sort of dual roles when you speak of that. So, there is no, people are doing their own admin support roles and their own scheduling roles. So that's my earlier observation. So in answer to your question, I don't think I would say to you, I have an idea, it's all laid out perfectly and we have enough positions. But I also would say to you, my own philosophy is that the organizational structure is a puzzle that needs to be sorted, and just adding resources to that isn't necessarily the answer.
I figured you were gonna go there with the admin support thing, and that's why I'm just trying to be careful about approving FTEs if we're gonna see more and more coming forward in the future.
I just would appreciate some reflection on the last position we added for the environmental coordinator, if I got the position name correct, which I believe was a 3-year commitment to that position, and this one appears to be a FTE on an ongoing basis. So I assume that because this is for an ongoing basis, there's a perceived need for new procurement and risk management on an ongoing basis. I think there's also a need for implementing our climate change plan for the foreseeable future as well. So just the difference between those two decisions for timing, and if there's any thoughts on our part or staff's part about if that's a good use of our resources for both positions.
I can add some comments. When Sam and I discussed the procurement and risk management coordinator and adding that position, it was generated out of just the sheer annual need and the demand that comes from procurement processes, and not only from procurement processes, but from doing them correctly. Every contract that we enter is a risk. It identifies many risks to the township, be it non-completion of the work, be it financial demands that are beyond the RFP, whatever that may be. So it's not as simple as releasing an RFP and crossing our fingers and hoping for the best. As our township grows and our infrastructure services grow, that RFP and RFT demand continues to grow, and we continue to take on more risk and more liability. We are doing our best from a risk management perspective, but this project, meaning purchasing and risk management, has always operated at the side of someone's desk. So we have assumed risk previously where we likely should not have. And as I say, as we continue to grow, that risk continues to grow and get more significant. So similar to the records management program, the purchasing and risk management coordinator in that position and the overall program is something that's only going to intensify as we age and grow as a municipality. So dissimilar to the environmental initiatives coordinator, I do see the demand on this position growing exponentially year over year. Hence why we built it as a full-time operating cost.
We appreciate those comments. Just going back to the role, so it's procurement, but it's also risk management as it pertains to purchasing. But I sort of get the impression that the risk management piece is bigger than just that. So this is perhaps overstepping, and if I am, I apologize in advance. I hope that we don't rush to fill a position for the sake of filling it. I think this is going to take a special person with almost 2 different skill sets, or coming at it from 2 different perspectives or two different tasks. So I would hope that our senior admin will take the time to get the right person in place and not just rush to fill it, because we've seen what has happened in the past when we've done that and it doesn't work out well for us.
Yeah, thanks for going. Yeah, just kind of piggybacking a wee bit off Councillor Coburn here a wee bit. It's obviously something we do need. Obviously, it's something that's been missing in the township for a while with the risk management piece within that. Is there an opportunity to contract that position for a 3-year term to see where it plays into Georgian Bluffs before we go to that full-time scenario? We go to the full-time scenario right off the hop. It doesn't work out. We're stuck with an employee. It's going to cost us a lot to get rid of them, move them to a different area, whatever. But if we can go to a contract term for 3 years to see where it plays into our plan, and then look at that full-time scenario, if it works out to be that way. I think on Councillor Coburn's, but I'm not trying to speak more, but I don't want to get handcuffed with a full-time position here that's really not going to pay off at the end of the day. Like, obviously we do need this. I just want to be able to make sure that it's going to work into what we need. And if it doesn't work out, contract's up and we can move on to the next thing. So I don't know if that plays into the consideration at all, but I just want to be able to leave that door open, that if it doesn't work out, that we can make a change.
I really appreciate those comments. I know I'm going to guess that staff's response is it's hard to get someone for a contract when everyone's looking for full-time. I get that, but we're just trying to do what we're supposed to do as council members on behalf of the ratepayers. I was also going to suggest that, as well as considering that notion that the deputy mayor has floated, can we consider a shared position with a neighboring municipality? Does it need to be someone that's full-time here? Would this work with a shared opportunity and help cut the cost of that position? Has that been considered at all?
Oh, it has. For you, we did reach out to some neighboring municipalities, and many of them actually already had a position that was in a purchasing and risk management, especially the larger ones. The county has a whole department that is within it. We did try and ask if there was resources there. The other smaller ones, they advised that they were looking to implement their own. They weren't necessarily interested in a shared resource. They weren't necessarily elaborating as to why on that, but the question had been asked.
Do you feel we've done enough to explore that possibility with partnering municipalities? If they're also looking for someone, is it because they think they need a full-time person as well?
So that could be why they're not. We did reach out to all lower tiers within Grey County, as well as our direct neighbors within Bruce County. So we tried to do a wider scope in that, and there was not much interest in a shared position.
And Grey County doesn't have staff available to outsource in that regard?
They indicated that their staff were at capacity and there was no opportunity for us to purchase services.
I think when you take procurement, purchasing, and risk management, and you, especially the procurement and purchasing side of it, and you have one person is totally focused on that's what they're doing, instead of they're kind of working in this, but they get called over there. Do they miss something in that purchasing? The person that's doing that side of it, then it's their sole job, and they make sure they've dotted all the I's and crossed the T's. And I think at the end of the day, there can actually be a cost savings in somebody making sure they haven't missed any steps in that process. I think adding on the risk management side, if somebody's always looking for what are the risks, they could be saving us from those risks on down the road. So I can see the value in it. I also note that this is not as we're going to have hired for January 1st, but halfway through next year. So there's going to be some thought put into how we arrive at that point. I can see the value in it. Any other comments? again, it's another item that's there on the list. Michael?
I'm just gonna say from an infrastructure perspective, we do a lot of, as you're aware, we do a lot of tendering, we do a lot of purchasing from both our department as well as Jerry's. And as was kind of alluded to before, it is, that aspect of it is certainly part of our jobs, but we aren't necessarily purchasing experts. We're oftentimes relying on outside consultants to help us with this. So having that resource in-house, I think would not only create a more of a standardized process that we could all rely on, but also provides that second set of eyes, additional review on our not only our tendering process as the tendering is going up, but also when we go to enter into contracts with different firms that gives that oversight that although we do try as best we can to ensure that we've gotten everything in place, there is always that risk that we missed something, or we find out later that things have kind of come up that we didn't anticipate. And I think having this sort of expert, and hopefully, I know we will take our time to find that expert, but having an expert in-house, I think in the end, will save us in terms of our tendering and our project needs.
I think the comments are really good, and what you don't want, I can appreciate your comment, you don't want to be tied to a full-time equivalent position and then be trying to shuffle to find tasks that are going to meet that need. And yet at the same time, I think as we sit here, we look at a situation that evolves in front of us, and that is we know we have some vacancies or some gaps in the organization, and we have some needs, and among those are procurement and sort of contract administration. So I think what we're trying to do is bring that awareness to you to say, that is a need. We also see a gap, so that we can appreciate that in the budget process, so that it's not something we're looking to do in March or April. But at the same time, appreciate your comments about not wanting to be hamstrung with a full-time person. So we don't want to fill a position before we know we have the right person and the right skill set to do that. And so that's going to unfold over several months to begin. So at the same time as an organizational review or an organizational needs assessment is being done, I think that something like this is going to come to fruition too. So is there a way staff can bring this to you that you feel more comfortable in the budget process?
Just going back to Grant's former comments about starting it off as a contract. I don't have a sense for what the job market is like specific to a position like this. But is that a way of saying, okay, we're gonna give this a go, we're gonna commit to it, but maybe not for perpetuity?
I think that's a great point. I think this will evolve as we move forward. Look, my attitude is not to say, well, we put out for a position, we have a pool of applicants, so we need to hire somebody from this pool of applicants. We'll fill the position when we know we've got the right person that can fill the role. So maybe that is a contract. I mean, there is nothing to stop you from us from starting at a contract or committing the resources to that position and then making a decision about that when we get there.
I think this is all kind of coming at a good time here, as I sit on the Joint Municipality Services Board with the county level, and we've just started this task. We've had 2 meetings since I've been on the board, and it's about trying to share services within the county and have the buying power of the county to go to buy winter sand and salt and try and amalgamate that whole piece of it. So when, as Samantha just mentioned here about nobody has availability to any people, and here we are sitting as a municipality joint group at the county level, and that's what we're working towards. So to get both sides of the stories it's misleading a wee bit, but I want to believe that at the county level, we can mature the group to be where we can utilize more shared services and have buying power to buy winter sand, salt, and whatever we need for the township as an organization, as a group, is going to be better off for everybody. So again, this whole piece with procurement and risk management, it's in the county. So overall, it's a big picture. And it's going to evolve. And I still like the idea of maybe a baby step right now as opposed to the full-time position to fulfill it. I love we're going to take our time to do it and get the right person. That's great, because maybe we'll have somebody that's available to the rest of the county on that piece of it. So it's kind of funny how this is all falling together with the county and at the township level, and stay tuned, more to come.
For you, we still have 2 requests. I also am cognizant of the time.
I'll stay for the 2 requests. I can finish off this.
Our next is the council chamber upgrades.
Through you. So as you know, we did some upgrades last year to the technology here in council chambers. We had some very old projectors that quit on us, as well as some computer needs, microphone needs, and things like that. So we did those replacements. We replaced the projectors, the microphones, the cameras, and did some accompanying software updates. So the benefit of that project was that the technology can now be managed in-house instead of relying on more expensive service contracts, because we have simplified the way that we do things. We have heard over the last little bit some feedback about the audio quality, and this request is before you as a $25,000 one-time capital budget request to increase the audio capability in this room, to add amplification and a second zone of microphones to increase the audio quality, to detect more soft voices, and some of the, just monitoring some of the gaps that we have experienced having had this installed for a year. So it kind of connects in with the program that was approved in the 2024 budget with closed captioning services. So it's recommended that those 2 initiatives can be married together. And so through that, we would, if council were to approve this request, would amplify and improve the quality of sound, which would improve the quality of closed captioning. So essentially, that's it in a nutshell. So it would be, you would see some improvements, including microphones at each individual council seat, as well as more microphones around the staff tables. This would also include some installation of acoustic panels. The walls in this office aren't very well insulated, and so this capital ask would include installation of some acoustic panels to keep the sound in the room, as well as keep the amplification levels down.
Okay.
If it's just me, I can talk louder.
Councilor Coburn?
It's not just Tobin. In fact, I hear from ratepayers that some of our more soft-spoken staff are not heard during meetings, and that's concerning to me. I think it speaks to transparency, and I just want to commend staff on the technology in general. Like that's one thing I'm really proud of here at Georgian Gloves, is we've made a lot of strides in that regard really quickly. And we have to, in this day and age. Technology is not something we want to fall behind.
While we're switching topics, my afternoon meeting has reached quorum, so I can stay.
Thank you.
Last request that we have is for Enterprise Resource Center Planning, ERP, and Human Resources, HR software. Right now, I recognize the two are being listed, but the township has a lot of different softwares that do different things. That throughout 2026, we'd be looking at, is there a tool out there for municipalities that can incorporate more than just our accounting software and our HR? Right now, for payroll purposes, we do have two systems that we use. We don't have just one. Accounting, we have been using Keystone since 2001. It does the job. As you can see, someone is shaking their head that they do not like Keystone at all. It's not very user-friendly. It does not integrate with anything. Really, any integration that we get always has multiple manual components to it. They've had limited updates and upgrades. There's a lot of municipalities that are out right now because they were part of Great Plains. They had that hard deadline. I don't anticipate Keystone being far behind. They have not announced an end of life for it at all, but it is likely not going to be far behind. They're overseen by the same. They have not indicated that with the end of one comes enhancements to a new. And when asked that question, they avoid answering it in essence. So I do have hesitations around that we're trying to be proactive in our research around it. 2026 would very much be a research, gathering the information. A lot of that information is out there. MFOA has started a working group for this kind of program, being financial services, that they are trying to coordinate with some of your bigger providers, demos. So not every municipality is having to go out and get its own demo. They're trying to do some of that grouped around it. We're able to utilize and work with some neighboring municipalities that have that bit of time. We're fortunate in the fact that we have the time, that we don't have that hard deadline. There are some municipalities that have been told you have that hard deadline. We're no longer going to be updating or providing patchwork or securities after a certain date. So this is a proactive, futuristic approach, and planning for a replacement likely wouldn't be until 2027, potentially 2028, depending on how the background stuff goes.
So explain to me the $350,000 ask if we're not doing it until 27 or 28.
Time a number to it. Is 350 the right number? We don't know yet. We know it is going to be costly. Some municipalities that have done it under emergency measures, this has been where their earmark is. I don't anticipate ours actually being the 350 when we have that time available to us. Any transition though does take 18 months because you have to run the systems parallel for accounting purposes. Otherwise the auditors get mad at you if you don't. You have to run the two systems parallel for a period of time, that although the 350 may not be the cost of the software, we may need additional temporary staff resources. When you're running two accounting systems, you have to duplicate absolutely everything that you're doing in that sense. So that's where the 350 is coming from, to allow for hopefully some cushion in there that we can bring in some additional temporary resources for that transition period.
Questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, I had actually the same question. Where did you come up with 350,000? But you've answered that question. So you're wanting to take that and put it into this year's budget for 2026.
For you, it's not that the funds would be spent in 2026. We're looking for the project to be endorsed by council before staff spend all of this time gathering information. So we're looking for commitment from council that you're open to changing the accounting software before myself, our deputy treasurer, goes and investigates everything. We don't want to put out an RFQ if being a request for a quote or a request for information, RFI, and having council not be aware at all. So we're trying to highlight this for you. We don't anticipate spending in
But we would be allocating those funds in 2026.
We'd be putting a hold on them within that IT reserve, just to earmark it.
Okay, so that's the key. It's coming out of a reserve. Okay. I think that's where I was confused. I was thinking it was a levy ask. So it's, okay.
Not a levy ask at this time. We don't know what the software may be. We don't know if it is a annual licensing fee. What might that implication be? That's something that we'd gather as part of a request for information and building on some of that information. So 350 would be your capital implementation costs, any operating implementations to be determined depending on what software may be identified as the most appropriate.
See none, so we're good.
So those were all of the business plan requests that we had prepared. If council doesn't mind, there's a couple sections I'd like to go before we do break for lunch, as long as everyone's okay, and then recognizing if I overheard you do have quorum.
They do have quorum.
Okay. Am I safe in assuming that means you are staying?
I will stay, yes.
Okay.
I might request a 2-minute recess if I may, right now. Just, yep, I'll be right back.
Day and
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind is a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
if you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The Township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
what we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people coming to experience this beautiful energy.
So that concluded our business plan request. So next up would be at slide 11. So our items for council's consideration, which is what is up here on. Earlier this year, you had received a delegation. A business plan request had not been made for it because the delegation covered what they were looking for. So it would just be reiterating what the delegation had. We didn't want council to lose sight of it, so we have included this slide for you to discuss, and if you wish to include it in your direction at the end of today, to have it included in the 2026 budget.
I will look for that council for help. Mr. Colbert.
Probably not going to make me popular, but I don't support this. We have a donation policy, and now I see us slipping a little bit and approving one-offs. I think we have a policy for a reason, and if that isn't working for us, then we ought to change the policy. I also am concerned that this amount of an ask isn't going to have an impact that is meaningful for our residents. I shared with our rep on that committee, Councillor Schuldeis, an article that was recently published. There's a town in BC that decided really the only way to get a position in their community that they needed was to create a position for it within their municipality, much like we would a fire chief. And I think personally, that's the kind of out-of-the-box thinking that is going to solve this crisis. It's not going to be $5,000 put towards signs and gift baskets and that kind of thing. So I know that sounds callous. I don't mean to be, but this is such a bigger issue than just how do we throw some money at a project that we hope will attract some folks to come to the area. Full disclosure, my daughter is a family physician, and so I do hear the talk about what it is that's preventing folks from wanting to become family physicians, and it's not about this kind of an investment. It's a bigger, broader, more complicated issue than that. I appreciate the work this committee does. I would love to see them do more advocacy at the provincial level, because I believe that's where the most impact is going to be.
Yeah, thanks, Margaret. Yeah, just an update too on the joint municipality board that was set with the county. This is one of our objectives right now, is the physician recruitment for the county. It was one of our top, I want to say 5 or 7 tasks or asks that we're looking into, and physician recruitment is definitely one in the county.
May I ask if there is direction that the county has taken in terms of that recruitment? Is it similar and prone in the area, or is it more systemic change, like creating a position for a physician?
So it's really grassroots right now. We're looking into what goes on in Georgian Bluffs and Township of Meaford, Owen Sound, as to what is needed and how we can get them there. So it's a bigger picture right now, but it is in the pipeline.
Councillor Colbert.
Further to that question, and I think you've touched on it, I see it much like paramedic services at the county level, and looking at the county as a whole and saying which areas are underserviced, where do we need to put more of those services. I see the same kind of assessment process hopefully being done at the county, because when we support this kind of a thing, we're basically trying to poach potential physicians from our neighbors, and it's a bigger issue than that, and we can't compete with Kincardine, we can't compete with Town of the Blue Mountains in some respects. So I do see it as something that the upper tier can really make an impact.
I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. It is on our radar, and it's in our, I'm pretty sure it's our top 5, maybe our top 3. So it's projects we're working on.
It is also one of those areas where I have taken part in a delegation at Roma, I think, led by Owen Sound, delegating to the health minister. Councillor Day, I think you and Haley were part of one at AMO this summer. So I think that's where we can continue to have some impact, is those delegations. I go back on this to something a former councillor, Judy Gay, said to me when I was first elected, that items like this are outside of the municipal lower tier purview. They're not our responsibility. And while we can definitely put our efforts behind this, it shouldn't be from a monetary standpoint. That's at a higher level of government, should be taking responsibility for this. So yes, I can agree. I think the committee is doing a great work. Advocacy, yes. We'll keep doing what we can in delegations.
So next up, we have in front of you the status of your 2025 projects. I was not anticipating to go through each one. However, if council does have questions on a current project that's underway, or please let us know.
I don't have a question about a current project, but maybe more about how the chart is presented. I honestly can't remember if it was here or with another committee that I sit on, where there are these effective progress bars that communicate how far along projects are. And for at least one of the other charts that I've seen, there's been different colors used to show where there's a problem or there's been a setback with when that is behind schedule. These are all green, so I don't want to assume that that means they're all in where they should be, but are there any that we should be taking notice of because they are further behind than they should be at this point in time?
So through you, ours are all green. It's not to be, it's an issue or not, so that's not something we take into account on this. I'm not sure if any department heads have any highlights they wish to make around a project they may have, which may be experiencing difficulties.
Through you, not so much difficulties, just to give you an update. The sidewalks have now been completed in Child Lake. I believe on this bar it shows about a 50%. Sidewalks are complete, and the surface treatment program is complete as well. That was at about 75%. That is complete. And the Big Bay culverts engineering is complete. As you may be aware, the Big Bay culvert construction is ongoing. It's on schedule, and it's expected to be complete towards the mid of November. Just recently, they completed the installation of the culvert itself. So just a few high-level highlights there.
So when you say sidewalks are complete, you mean they're complete for this year's work?
That's correct, yes.
Thanks, Mayor Carlton. The side Road 3 bridge, the preliminary design and engagement, I do believe we deferred that for pending report to come back on that one.
Through you, that is correct. Staff are anticipating to sit down in the near future and discuss next steps, and council can expect a report to come to them in the near future as well.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on that?
I just wanted to highlight that the facilities for extra planning is included on this list. As the council has been aware, there is a delay with that project. With the introduction of our new CEO, we will be undertaking a review of the project and trying to break it out into more digestible parts, I'll say, and re-present it.
Thank you. This is the one where our initial cost estimate on it ended up being way low compared to what came back in?
That's
okay.
And through you to staff, the shoreline allowance background study, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this up yet again. We still get questions and emails. Are we on track for that work being completed, or when will council hear the final results of that entire study?
And I apologize, I believe we were on vacation, just at the beginning of October.
Yes.
When we presented an update report for the project. I do anticipate, and our legal counsel has been held to the expectation, I'll say, that council has a fulsome review and background information presented to you, likely in closed session admittedly, within the first quarter of next year to commence those policy discussions. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. So next slide. As council's information, there are a couple items that you have previously approved, so we just wanted to highlight them here. We do have our biannual OSIM, which was awarded in the 2023 asterisks, might have been 24. It would be our second year of that. You have already committed to that. We will be taking that into account. When looking at our seasonal student program, assuming that the records management one is approved, these four may or may not change depending on council's direction around the records management program. If it is, we'd be looking for a summer student to do some asset management data collection, so getting our inventory of capital assets more in line, assisting with segregation around some to ensure that a building is properly componentized to have roof, walls, as each of those segments of it has different life cycle activities that would be done to it to assist in asset management in that finer details around the planning of it. Right now it's being done when and if time permits. We'd be having again our human resources coordinator to assist in our human resources department. The records management coordinator is one that may or may not be proceeding from this pool, depending on if the program is supported, and then facilities and parks student to assist with some garbage collection, lawn care, and those activities within there. The union has agreed that it would be acceptable.
Sorry, Samantha, can you just go back to the human resources coordinator? I'm drawing a blank on that. So we get a summer student to come to assist in our human resources department?
Yes, for the purposes of 2025, we did have a summer student within our human resources department that was assisting through a lot of the fire procurement, the health and safety updates that we're trying to accomplish, and other departmental duties in enhancing that. Another cost that you may have noticed there was not a business plan request is your election. It is not a request in the sense that, sorry, council, you do have an election next year. You do have your reserve, so this will not have a further impact on any tax levy. The funds would be withdrawn from your election reserve. We're looking at it costing likely $60,000, and that excludes staff time that would be dedicated to it. It would be laptops for council, internet and telephone election costs, postage, and some other maybe miscellaneous expenditures that may incur.
So question here, why do council laptops land up in the election expense and not in a technology? Harley?
Through you, Mayor Carlton, it is due to the former direction of council to set aside a contribution each year to the election reserve for that technology. So it's a formally approved contribution of council that's built up this reserve.
I'm still confused as to why that would come under election as opposed to a different line item. Like, we're not buying the computers for the purposes of the election.
They're for the newly elected officials.
Mm-hmm.
So through you, no matter what, the laptops would be coming from reserve. And if Right now, we put $23,000 each and every year into our reserve for the election. That $23,000 was built with the assumption of the laptop. If the $23,000 is not the number you wish for the election one, then we'd be taking from election and putting into IT because your IT reserve contribution does not take into account those laptops. So it would just be an exercise of moving
Just
funds
moving.
from one to another. But if that is what council would prefer for a presentation purpose, we can make that adjustment.
This does provide some distinction from council technology as well, in the absence of a specific council technology reserve existing.
If it's just a paper exercise, I'm fine with it as is. It just seems odd. It seems as though we're buying the new computers because we need them for the election itself.
I get it's just a paper exercise, but for clarity, it puts a wrong dollar figure on the election and on the IT technology required for the business of the municipality.
If I could, this is not to say that the technology we acquire will not be used in the election because we are having an internet and telephone election. So we last term did utilize some of the council return technology at the polling stations, so we had tablets available. We do not currently have technology to use at voter help centers to assist people who like to come in and get assistance with the internet voting. So some of those devices will probably actually be deployed for the purpose of the election and then given to the newly elected council members in the absence of having any spare technology just hanging around. The technology that we would need for the election is very, very temporary, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to purchase new technology, then to purchase more technology again for council, so they would be used for a very short period for use at those help centers. I recognize that the new council will be getting some very lightly used technology, but fiscally it doesn't make sense for us to make two separate purchases for technology to assist in the election.
I don't think that's what we were suggesting. I think we were just suggesting that the cost of this would more appropriately fall under IT as opposed to election.
Whether it's needed for election or for council, it's still an IT expense.
Sounds to me like the recommendation might be to take, I don't know if that's the number, but take $2,500 out of each year's reserve contribution and earmark it for technology rather than election. Or whatever the cost of new council technology is every 4 years.
I'm afraid I don't remember the original circumstances in which we directed the laptops to come out of this fund, but that does seem like a more understandable and transparent explanation of how money is being used in the township.
I have an idea this original direction goes back to when technology first became part of council. And it was opted to put it there, which means it goes way back.
And take that away, and it likely would not be coming back any reallocation or proposed. We likely would just do that, and you may see the reallocation from election to IT as part of your annual reserve and reserve transfer approval. That there wouldn't be a separate request coming forward, but the election, including the cost of laptops, is anticipated to be $60,000. The funding of it may be changed slightly from being solely election reserve to partial election reserve, partial IT reserve. But the ask of $60,000 still stands.
Right. So then the original direction given would just need to be kind of corrected so that that doesn't keep coming back.
Organizing and keeping everyone between now and lunch. I would appreciate to get through the services survey as long as council is okay with that.
Officially at 11:48 by law, but
And I think I saw lunch come in. It smells. I will make this as quick as I can, so apologies. We did have our services survey that was open to the public starting on July 11th. It closed on August 15th. The purpose of our survey, we were trying to gather feedback from residents about their priorities and spending the value they place on different services to help make informed decisions by this township. The results I can appreciate, they're not statistically relevant. It is a voluntary survey that we only hear from the people who wish to participate. We don't necessarily have that representative sample of our township as a whole. I also can appreciate that some of the information may be misleading, or they like it in one section when they're asked about this, and another question, maybe where it's worded slightly different, it could be, no, we don't appreciate that. So it can be conflicting at times. So overall, we did hear that winter maintenance and roads are generally good. Garbage and recycling services are valued. Helpful, courteous, and responsive staff. Appreciation for community and engagement. Perceived a good value for prudent use of tax dollars. Parks and amenities and community spaces are well appreciated. When we asked, how would you describe your overall value of services you receive for the tax dollars you spend? 85.4% described it as being fair or better, which is relatively good. The reasonings was our taxes for value, road conditions, winter maintenance, garbage and recycling. They do have concerns around high water and wastewater costs. We do have our water rate study, which the RFP for that did close. Staff will be presenting to council a successful or a individual company for successful award. That should be coming in November. The goal of that will be to evaluate the water system rates as a whole to have reasonable numbers. We were asking around our current service levels. So when asked what they felt services should be enhanced, maintained, or reduced for a variety of services, 87 respondents indicated that they wish to see the current level of services enhanced for almost all services that were listed and included. Garbage and recycling and leaf yard collection have 86 respondents who indicated they wish to see the current level also be enhanced. Participants were citing community safety and mobility as being reasons, affordability and utility charges, waste concerns in the winter, bylaw and police visibility, and our shore road allowance upkeep, and community building and desire for appreciation of defense. We also asked what are some additional services that you may like the township to explore and look into. Organics, green bin composting was one. Council has addressed that, just it hasn't came into play yet, which may have been part of the result of the timing of this survey being out, opposed to another survey also being out. There was requests for an off-leash dog park, especially in Shell Lake, sidewalk, bike lanes, trails, and safer walking routes, highlighting Nichols Gully and Summers Street. Traffic calming and speed enforcement, calls for crosswalks, cameras, reduce speed in problematic areas, connectivity and utilities, better internet and cell coverage, and waste service tweaks to include large item pickups, which that was put into council as part of their consideration, which is not proceeding. We were looking for feedback on the state of our current infrastructure that we hold with regards to road repair, resurfacing, and intersection. Many cited poor road services, potholes, and priority spots. We're looking to address some of those spots. In 2026, there are likely more out there that we will continue to address, and as your asset management plan discussions unravel, we'll have a better tool to use for residents to advise when they may see work done in their area. Drainage, ditches, and culverts, reports of frequent flooding, standing water, pedestrian safety, sidewalk and trails upkeeps, sidewalks near the schools, and concerns about unimproved walking trails. Speeding signage and traffic calming, calls for signage, speed reduction, and enforcement on local roads again. Bridges, structures, timelines, and communications, frustrations with delays and expectations of management for local bridge projects. Overall, comments of the survey, the responses back, they were happy to provide their comments and extended thanks to doing this type of survey. Roads and ditches remains a top concern. They have comments around budget, leadership, and communications, emphasis on transparency, cost of living sensibility, and stable leadership. And safety and bylaw enforcement, again, highlighting the traffic and speed calming measures. Other single issues that were mentioned were natural burial plan, which staff have already been directed to bring the report back to council, so we are working under that direction. Tree trimming along wires and boat launch and pier management. I recognize that was a very quick level overview. Happy to take any questions, and again, I appreciate some of the conflicting that may be within the results of the survey.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I think this is a fantastic way of engaging with the community. I just think it's wonderful. I think we also need to do some town halls where council is there to hear from people who don't use this kind of technology. I have a couple of comments. One is around police services. So as I sit on the LPP Great Bruce Detachment Police Board, we are being told that we need to, as part of our accountability and governance, to engage public around policing services. And looking over at Jody as well to see what her response might be. But as we have gathered some feedback already for Georgian Bluffs, and the police boards are supposed to be connecting with our municipal councils to say, do we have policing needs? Where do you think we're at? Are we being successful in whatever area? Would it make sense to pass the comments that we've received for Georgian Bluffs through this survey on to that police services board?
I don't see a harm in it.
So that's one suggestion I would have. The other comment I have is perhaps a bit sensitive. A colleague on council, a member of council, was mentioned directly in this survey, and I don't appreciate seeing those comments in a public document like that. These questions were around services, not individuals on the council. In the future, and I know transparency is always top of mind, but in the future, I would appreciate those comments being redacted to protect council members and their. I don't know how others feel about that, but I didn't appreciate seeing that in the form of a public document. And I read all 90 pages, by the way. We have a long time to get through all of those comments. Thank you.
Yeah, no, just a quick comment to the survey and Samantha's report there on. It was actually nice to hear there's a lot of things that were mentioned that we are working on. So there's a lot of things in play that are being worked on, maybe not as quickly as a taxpayer may want to see them happen, but they are in the system, and it's good to see that we are working on a lot of them. So it's good.
Council, staff have presented to you the request that we have, the information that we have gathered. Is there anything else you feel we're missing that you want us to investigate and provide a bit more information to council?
Thoughts or comments?
That takes us to where we were slotting for lunch.
I would think half an hour should be sufficient.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started Farm on the Lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind it's a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The Township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people coming to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy, because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazing, really relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of moral.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street, say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
are Dirk and Alma DeVries, and we are coming to you from Dual Acres. This is a beautiful property in Georgian Bluffs that we own, and we run horse-drawn sleigh and carriage rides from.
So today we're going to have Dan and Juliet. Dan's a 12-year-old gelding, and Juliet's a 12-year-old mare. Morning, Dan. When people come here, we invite them to come back to our shack. And they will go in there and they can get ready to go, get dressed, whatever they need to do, and stay warm till the ride event starts. And then we bring the horses out of this sleigh shed here, and they get on, and we take them roughly for a 40-minute ride, all through hardwood and softwood bush. So the whole experience is in woods. We return here, we drop them off here. They can go in, and there's a big wood stove in there, they warm up, and if they so desire, they can also enjoy a cup of hot chocolate. We build all our own sleighs, and there's a reason for that is sleighs in Ontario came with a width of stance, the runner width of 3 feet, and that was designed to work in the bush and whatnot. But a 3-foot stance is very tippy when you get people. People are like hauling water. There's always a second motion. And that second motion is the motion that will tip the sleighs. So I rebuild all the sleighs to a 4-foot wide stance. And that's very stable. There's no, you cannot tip them. Our sleighs are also adaptable to handle wheelchairs, which we discovered early this. You know, there was that need there, that people, disabilities need that we needed to provide.
We've done lots of charity work. We did sent a sleigh ride here on the farm. That actually helped really for people to be aware that we were here. But we always have a passion, especially for children with special needs. That was one way that we were able to give back to the community. Every year we host a ride here for the GRACE program, which is the Georgian Riding Association for Challenged Equestrians.
Horses and dog sleds are exactly the same. If you want the horse or the dogs to go right, you say gee. If you want them to go left, you say haw. I've done thousands of rides and I never get tired of it because it's the horses that are the enjoyment. And the people are, you know, we have people from all over, and there's so many different stories and so many good people out there that you meet.
I hope that when people come to our farm here and enjoy a sleigh or wagon ride through the bush, that they enjoy the bush, the beauty of nature here, and just go away feeling relaxed and rejuvenated.
The Welcome Package is a tool that was developed by GB LIP's subcommittee community. It was a tool that was supposed to be used for municipalities to share information with new residents, specifically immigrants coming to their communities, in a consistent way across Grey and Bruce counties. And what's great about it is the package was actually translated into multiple different languages.
As my own personal lived experience as an immigrant, not everything was accessible to me with the click of my hand. But the Welcome Package, if you look up the municipality website, all the information that you need about the schools, about the local hospitals, about the local grocery stores, about the settlement service provided in your area. So I think it is a one-stop shop for all your settlement needs.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly.
We started Farm on the Lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today.
Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing. I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water. If you're into water sports or sailing, of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature, having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street, say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Fruit family. We started farm on the lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind is a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists,
The trails, and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What what we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people coming to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy. Because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
Welcome in more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of moral.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street, say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
are Dirk and Alma DeVries, and we are coming to you from Dual Acres. This is a beautiful property in Georgian Bluffs that we own, and we run horse-drawn sleigh and carriage rides from.
So today we're going to have Dan and Juliet. Dan's a 12-year-old gelding and Juliet's a 12-year-old mare. Morning, Dan. When people come here, we invite them to come back to our shack, and they will go in there and they can get ready to go, get dressed, whatever they need to do, and stay warm till the ride event starts. And then we bring the horses out of this sleigh shed here, and they get on, and we take them roughly for a 40-minute ride, all through hardwood and softwood bush. So the
Okay. We're good.
So, yep, are we good to go, Ryan? Yep. All right, thank you. And returning from lunch now, we have some general township updates. Then we'll be moving into your annual asset management plan update and user fee updates. Starting with our general updates, we have included in the presentation materials today our current organizational chart. As we had mentioned before, this chart has not been changed yet. It does not include the one proposed position in it. This is your current chart. It is reflective of what council had received back in June, I believe. So no amendments have been needed at this time. However, there may be amendments coming in the near future. However, we wanted to make sure you did have the information. Are there any questions on your org chart as it stands right now?
And we're budgeting for all of these, including the vacant positions, like looking at the building inspector. So
that is correct. Yes, we do budget for the full year. It's built into your budget, all positions that are included on here. In recognizing that sometimes a position name doesn't always resonate with what someone may be doing, trying to incorporate what we're referring to as a service alignment chart and mirroring it up with your strategic planning. I recognize maybe not all township services are included on here. We were trying to highlight some of the larger ones that may resonate with what a resident experiences. When we're looking at building permits, why do we do building permits? It's to foster infrastructure, improve enhancing environment and infrastructure, and it's a township that helps us grow. When looking at community events, it's opportunities for empowering communities, which is one of your service alignments. It's an engaging township. Looking at, trying to pick different colors here, municipal bylaw enforcement. It's your services, it's enhancing those service deliveries that you do have to keep your township safe. Looking at our people, health and safety for our staff, ensuring we're compliant township. So we're trying to figure out a different way to structure and show everything that Georgian Bluffs does. It's something new, it's something different. If this is okay with council, this helps feed into more of a service-based discussion around what are the levels of service, what are the types of service that you wish to provide to residents, opposed to our kind of three pillars being the department's office of the CAO, corporate services. It gives a different structure that maybe resonates a bit better with a resident on what does economic development mean. Are there any thoughts or feedback maybe on this service alignment chart? Seeing none. Next we have for your information, your assessment growth. Just want to highlight that some of the increases and decreases within a tax class may be reflective of properties moving in or out of some impact programming and other body programming. So although farm is showing as an assessment decrease, it doesn't necessarily mean the farm has decreased, something may have changed on a property to move it from farm to residential, such as annual paperwork not being submitted and filed. There is the potential that residential could move back into farm if the appropriate paperwork was submitted. Looking outside of the line-by-line tax classes, when we're looking at our total assessment growth, the chart including our exempt assessment is showing a 0.98% increase. When we take out that exempt assessment, because you're not gaining anything from exempt assessment, it is a 0.93% assessment increase that you have experienced as of October 8th. The assessment growth that you have experienced will continue to be your new assessment base. When budgeting, we don't take into account or provide any allowances around estimating a levy impact that may exist from future supplementals or write-offs. We have not taken that approach in the past. It is not being proposed for 2026 as it can lead to a lot less stabilization because if you don't have the growth that you expect in a given year, then you're having to pull from your reserves because you have already lowered your tax levy requirement because you were anticipating this growth. Are there any questions about the growth that you've had so far? Go ahead.
So what is it that we would expect? Does this fall within what we would expect for a municipality like ours? Is it that we need more residential growth, but there are barriers to that, or is the demand just not there? Just curious to know if there's an answer to those questions.
Michael has an answer.
Thank you to Mayor Carlton. The province has recently released provincial growth statistics for especially at the county level. And for Grey County, it's a very similar growth number at 1.1%. So this falls in very nicely with what I would say the majorities of the counties and upper tiers across the province are generally in range of that 1% growth outside of the GTA. The highest growth outside of the GTA is only at 1.4%.
So not unusual. And a question about managed forest. That's the one that there is, I don't know that you'd call 4.8 significant, but compared to the others, it is, I suppose. Is that a result of folks who are selling or giving their land to organizations like conservancies? Is that what we're seeing, or how is it how is that one area where we've seen at least some growth?
So through the mayor, a lot of the growth that is shown there isn't true growth necessarily. It's been a reallocation from what used to be a residential assessment. They've now enrolled in the appropriate program to receive that lower tax rate. So it's
classification.
Yes, it's more of the reclassification, not necessarily new managed forests that are existing.
Got it.
Slide. We have your outstanding debt. So the township does not have much for debt. You actually have 2 loans that will be fully paid off at the end of 2025. There may be a slight carry forward into January of 2026 with timing. Otherwise, you have your Y Recreation Center. So when we are meeting next, you may see staff proposing some projects to be funded using debt. Those projects should be ones that impact and benefit township as a whole, and that service or project is going to have a longer lifespan, that it is going to last for the span of the debt at least. Debt allows the ratepayers of tomorrow to pay for the services that they are receiving, opposed to reserves, which is more historical ratepayers paying for new services or new bills. They maybe don't get the benefit of that build, whereas with debt, those future residents that are paying the taxes at that time are also the ones receiving the benefit of that debt that is taken on. In looking at your annual repayment limit, you have a lot of capacity for debt. I will never recommend that we go to that full capacity. If we are even nearing at 50%, I might be itching a bit. So we have lots of capacity. We should never fully utilize it, but we can take on debt. All of our statistics, we have the capacity for debt.
What type of items would you consider carrying debt on?
Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the new projects within here. Your 14th Street West may be an opportunity. When looking at the new projects, there isn't much. Vehicles are not necessarily a good option. You're looking at something that has that bit more permanency. So it may be 14th Street West. Bridges can be an opportunity. Again, the benefit of it may not be outliving. When looking, not necessarily what some of the new requests are, you do have a large request around a water system. That may be a useful opportunity for debt to connect in there.
That would be on the users of that water system, not the full municipality.
It depends on how council wishes to structure it. Debt apparently is one that you don't have to have the water system for when I was reviewing.
But historically, we would not do it that way, and I don't think that would make us particularly popular if we were to go into debt for. Your words previous echo that it's something that should benefit the municipality as well.
We will review these and provide opportunities and comments for council on which ones may be the most appropriate. First look is your 14th Street West. Recognizing that we are still relatively early, there are some assumptions that we have included when we go into more so the user fees. This list here is for council. If you feel an assumption is incorrect, should be adjusted before we're having our more fulsome budget discussions, I invite this opportunity for you to share that information.
I can check. I feel like the GSCA number, I can look at this agenda that
While looking at that, I'll start going through some of these so people aren't trying to read. We have a waste collection at 1.5% levy increase, which have been previously discussed with council and endorsed by council. With that, audit fees, it is our intention once we have our 2024 audit all cleaned up that we will be tendering for it. So we may see some delays in a 2025 audit because of that procurement, but we do anticipate to get some better numbers and commitments to future years of audit services. Raised Auble Conservation Authority, we had estimated at 3.
I took a letter from the public agenda momentarily.
I don't see library.
Very well could be. Library, I believe we were looking at a 2 in recognizing that you have shared other information that we may need to adjust an assumption of that.
Yeah, because they can go to 4% anyway.
Oh, then it's the 4 that we use.
Yeah,
Whatever their
it has,
says.
yeah, they're allowed to go to 4, but they may be asking for more, we don't know yet.
And we were thinking back to last year's presentation, Tim talked about a possible request, or just indicated that there was a need in order to maintain the level of services, there would need to be a higher percentage at some point in time. So, yeah, I just think we should be mentally prepared for that discussion. The Grace Auble Conservation this afternoon is talking about a 3.4% change for 2026. it's a multi-year budget this year, so 5.23 for 2027 and 4.26 for 2028. This is just being discussed right now, so it has not been approved by the board. It is the initial draft budget document without any conversation with all the members from all these parties.
Our leasing contract with C15, since offering up this, we have received notification that the maximum that the ministry is able to increase is 11, so we will correct those assumptions for our November meeting. Cemetery services, we are anticipating a 5% for contracted services for Ensign Walworth. Insurance, you will see we've put no change. In discussions with Matt this morning, he is indicating a decrease. Looking for council's direction on, do you wish to implement that decrease? Do you wish to maintain a no change and exploring the opportunities around increasing our cyber liability and capacity that would be offset by that decrease? Some options there on how council may wish to proceed. This one's a bigger one. Southwest Peninsula Fire. Our agreement was passed in 2021, set to expire in 2026. It states how they are to calculate our contribution there. Southwest Peninsula has seen an increase in their departmental providing of fire services, similar to what our ITFD board has seen. It's mostly around the volunteer and the requirements for professional development and maintaining certifications is what is driving a lot of their cost increases, as well as some of the maintenance aspects in maintaining fleet. We pay to Southwest Peninsula on top our portion based on the number of calls that they respond to within Georgian Bluff, plus a 25% non-resident fee on top of that. So we've had the increase in the number of calls to service where Southwest Peninsula has had to respond in relation to the total number of calls that they have had with their department. It's driving a large increase for Georgian Bluffs. For Ontario Clean Water Agency, we are looking at a 2.5% increase. We have received preliminary numbers from them, so we will readdress and adjust if needed if the 2.5 that we have preliminarily included it does or does not cover their operating costs. For property taxes, the township does have to pay property taxes, not only within Georgian Bluffs, but we do have a tower as well inside that we pay property taxes on. We're estimating a 5% on the expenditures at this time. Our Oxenden water service, again, this is costs that we pay to Southwest Peninsula, so Oxenden water users, we will invoice them, collect the Southwest Peninsula fees, remit them back. However, we also have to pay for the water that comes through that meter from Southwest Peninsula to feed and provide services to the Oxenden water system. Inner Township Fire Department, they had recently received theirs budget and it was endorsed by the board. It did have a 3.96% increase, so our estimate of 4 is reasonable. The board also did have some discussions around their capital aspect, as there's a large asset that's missing from their 10-year plan, being the building itself. And right now, Georgian Bluffs is undergoing the fire master plan. Once our council has received that, for the purpose of the board, we'll be looking at Georgian Bluffs and Meafords and how can ITFD move forward within that. The biodigester, we are proposing right now a no change. We are trying to convene that group to receive the board's budget. There may be potentials in some decreases around there if the board does go forward with a tank rental that they have been discussing before. However, discussion hasn't been with the board yet, so for the purposes of Georgian Bluffs, we're looking at a no change. In relation to the OPP Detachment Board, we have a estimated increase at this time of 3%. It is on the OPP board's next agenda for them to receive it, that we will have a more concrete increase after that. Overall, general CPI increases we've tried to apply throughout for things like animal control, road maintenance, being our loose top, our hard top, roadside safety, staff and cost of living adjustments, winter control costs. CPI, when we had initially generated these numbers, was at the 2%. Since then, it has came slightly down to be more around 1.6. We may still recommend implementing for budget purposes of 2%. However, if the 1.6 does come down even more once they announce the CPI at the end of October, that may be readjusted. These are the assumptions we're working on right now. Assumptions can, may, and will change. You have strong reserve and reserve fund policies now that differences within these assumptions should not scare you. We have stabilization reserves. They're there for us to use. However, that being said, we don't want the assumption to be way off kilter, that we're anticipating a 2 when it's actually a 15. That's a higher impact that we need to go back to where was that assumption coming from, what is driving the 15 opposed to the 2, because although 1 year can absorb it, that may have future impacts on a tax levy because you can't always keep using stabilizing reserves. At some point, those assumptions are going to impact a tax levy, so you do want to have your assumption be as close as possible. Now I'm going to actually turn this over to Brian. He's going to provide you with your annual asset management plan update. Does everyone have a copy of the update? We thought it might be easier in that printed one.
So we tried to create the update in a similar manner to how the original asset management plan was presented. Trying to keep a bit of a continuity to it, but also taking out some of that really detailed information that just makes it kind of overwhelming. So overall, our replacement cost of assets has increased about 1.2 million, bringing us up to $436 million for replacement costs. We've increased our number of assets that we've analyzed up to about 76%. That's 10%, so we've gone out, we've looked at things, and we've been able to assign a firm condition to it. And of all those assets that we looked at, 77% of them now are deemed to be in fair or better condition. So we've made some progress on that. In terms of our annual requirements, an increase in the amount of total assets that we have has also increased our annual capital requirement. That is going to bring us up an extra $200,000 a year that we now have to be cognizant of in order to ensure that we will be able to meet the coming demands. But overall, with the funding that we added last year, we are anticipating no additional deficit to the 4 million approximately that we had when we presented our 2024 asset management plan. For our roads, since we did the 2024, the replacement value of our roads is up to about $5 million. We've reevaluated based on the criteria that we had set our reserves and our funding from. So our financial capacity for many of our categories is going to significantly change. And this is to be representative of the directions that council has provided in last year's budget and since the creation of the 2024 asset management plan. In the 2024 plan, we had that our funding that we're going to fund $2.6 million for our roads, but that had lumped in some additional infrastructure such as our bridges and culverts and stuff. So similar to our earlier in the conversation where we had talked about $1.5 million going into it, when we add in all the other little things that go along with it, our guardrails and stuff like that, we're closer to about $1.6 million being funded out of the 4.7 that we require to keep our roads in the condition that they are, or to get them to keep them from deteriorating. We had previously excluded the gravel roads because we had viewed that as a maintenance cost. That maintenance of the gravel roads, we are now assessing that based on not a pavement condition index because obviously not pavement, but a similar scoring method ology to that so that we know when each road needs to be replaced or resurfaced, so that when residents come or anyone is questioning why we chose road A over road B, we'll have them read the documentation to justify that expense. And then we've, just to help visualize what we've got for roads and the conditions, we've included a bit of a map there. So the first one will be our road surfaces, and then we've got our road condition map. So while the brook and the shallow lake areas are quite small in this, it does kind of give council a bit of an indication as to where some of that future work might be needing to take place. Some of those are not maintained roads that we will have a condition index on, are not winter maintained, but the dark yellow orangey color there is would be the ones that are going to be required in the future. So you may see our Presqu'île Road in there, see some spots of that in Brook, similar to what the manager of engineering had put on his request there. For our bridges and culverts, this is where we've reallocated that funding to match up with council direction. So our annual deficit for our bridges is not quite what it had appeared to be in the past. So based on the OSIM report that was provided by Pearson Engineering, with their anticipated work that needed to be done over the next few years, we are fairly close to staying to funding that, just with a small deficit there of about $25,000 as opposed to the $870,000 that we had before. Some of the reasons why we've gone from a good to a fair has been the changes in between the two OSIM reports, as well. At the time of this, the Keppel-Sarawak Town Line recreational trail bridge and the Emery Bridge had not been completed. The Emery Bridge, of course, not being completed. So we aren't able to give that back up to a good condition. It's still showing as a poor condition. Once that work is done, we will see the overall condition for our bridges and culverts improving.
Can I ask a question there, Brian?
Certainly.
So if we're now in a position where the annual deficit on bridges and culverts is 25,000, is there a reason we wouldn't fund that by another 25,000 to get that to being totally covered? Or is this part of a longer term plan?
So through you, it's a bit of a twofold in recognizing that those the proposed levels of service have not been formally set. So we don't know that the actual funding annual requirement is what is in here. The proposed levels of service may change and adjust that, either enhance or decrease. That's a large factor. Plus yes, you can put the additional 25,000 in bridges. My question would be, where is it coming from? Are you taking from either to pay Paul, or are you looking to increase the tax levy impact? Because that is ultimately where that available funding comes from.
So would there be a benefit though to funding to what the annual requirement actually is?
And that becomes a bit more of a paper exercise. Which reserve are you putting the money into? And where are you taking it from? So the ultimate goal at the end of the day is that there is no annual deficit surplus.
That's where I was trying to get to, was can we get rid of some of these deficits somehow?
If you're getting rid of the deficit in bridges, you're increasing a deficit in another, unless you are
Unless we
increasing
go to taxation.
levy. Your overall total township-wide deficit is the 4 million that is shown on the overall value. Whether you're changing which reserve something's going to make one look like it's fully funded, you're just making another look like it's even farther from being funded. So when determining and allocating out that available funding, we were trying to get as many as close as possible, but still being representative of where we know some of the work's gonna be, and taking some educated and informed assumptions into that allocation. We know we have a lot of bridge work coming in 2026 that you were talking about today. That was one that we were prioritizing to have closer to being representative as closer to fully funded.
And also that the overall replacement cost of about 60 million. These are representative of one life cycle for each of the assets. On average, our culverts 50 to 60 years, our bridges 60 to 80 years. So this is taking into consideration one full round of. So if we have a heavy year because that's the state of our bridges at, then we won't have enough to fund it out of those reserves, and we may have to look at alternative methods. But then on the flip side, once we get through a bunch of the bridges that were built around the same period of time, then we'll be building up our reserves. So the also note on page 12, this is representative of the work plan that the engineers have provided us for the types of funding that we are going to be required over the next 10 years based on what they had generated out of the last OSIM report. So as you can see, we've got a backlog of 3.3 million with a couple of heavy years for the bridges that were discussed earlier, being the Shallow Lake Main Street Bridge, and then there's additional work on another bridge in the next year, and then So it does feature that here is a pretty steady requirement for work to be done on our bridges over the next 10 years based on that Olson report. We've included a map of the bridges where they are, just how to visualize that for anyone looking at this. And then we've got on the back the engineer's report so that we can easily cross-reference based on the name of it, your Main Street Bridge, which was K003, I believe. That sort of thing to help us be able to find that. Is there any other questions on the bridges section?
Looks like you're good.
Solar buildings, this is representative of the shell. Again, this is replacing the shell and the main components as like for like. So for our arenas and facilities like that, this does not include any of the internal equipment. So this is just the shell on the outside in a like for like fashion. So we've adjusted these prices based on what was provided by the insurance company as their replacement costs. Condition, unfortunately, is still based on the year of construction. And once we get our building condition assessment, we will be able to adjust for that. We see that there's a large decrease in condition from 2024 to 2026, and that is basically the Shallow Lake Arena crossing that 1 year threshold that brings it in from a fair to a poor, is what's causing that. We know that the Shallow Lake Arena is not in poor condition, but we don't know, we don't have a way of firmly defining it until we have our building condition assessment in order to assign all the buildings an equal criteria. And then, we've included a map of where all the buildings are. As previously discussed, the landfill storage building was not to be replaced, so we've removed that cost in future replacements. Once that building is taken down or disposed of, it will not be coming back, so we no longer included that as a replacement cost. Land improvements, we had when we had a chance to discuss this briefly at the levels of service discussion, council had been desirous of keeping this in the good to very good condition, mostly with what it includes being the sports fields, the playground equipment, and things of that nature. Again, we currently don't have the capability to look at a playground equipment and say, has it decreased by 1 or 2%? So that's why part of that is age-based, and we've slipped down a couple of percentages there. And also reviewing the funding that we've set aside in the budget based on the Direction 4 of Council. That annual deficit is only about under $5,000 as opposed to closer to the $50,000 that we had originally presented. And we've kind of defined what we have and where, so that we put on the map so that we know roughly where our improvements are and what is doing those improvements. Any questions on the improvements and the buildings or anything? Or?
I'm not seeing it.
Slides got at one point because I was putting together okay communication.
For our technology and communications, this one is, we'll see this one not really exceeding basically a fair condition. If we were doing our asset management and we were replacing an equal amount of things like our laptops and everything each year, all of them will have over a 5-year life cycle. We'll have 20% in excellent, 20 in very good, fair, poor, etc. So that won't. So we will get that up once we start moving towards a more standardized every year. Right now we have many of our laptops and equipment that was all purchased around the same time in large lump sums. That's part of the reason that that condition is in such a poor shape. But we have gone through the office and inventoried all of those assets, added them in. We've also identified some of the software and things that have become obsolete and removed those from this replacement costs in order to be more representative of our actual state. Similarly with our furniture and fixtures, we managed to detail everything that is in the office. Viewed all of our office furniture and that. And right now, with what we had set aside, everything is in good condition, or most of it is in good condition, and we are funding enough of that to be able to replace the items that we need as they wear out. Not many of them will wear out very quickly, but
For you on this one, I just wanted to highlight, Brian has specifically said we've done it for the administrative buildings. We still need to do the shops and the community centers, which is why the furnitures and fixtures is being shown as overfunded in essence right now, because we know that our replacement costs and our annual funding requirement that the system is calculating right now is likely lower because we're missing those shop assets and the community center assets. So I just wanted to highlight that in case anyone was wondering, why is this one the one that's over?
So for our machinery and equipment, not much has changed since we reviewed this on our asset management plan. The township in that time had only acquired the new chipper and not included in here, but in the changes, but something that we also had purchased was the axle plow truck earlier in the year. So there was a bit of a increase in the annual requirements once we disposed of the old truck. but the condition has stayed pretty much the same. And then when we applied the funding and transfer to reserves, we've identified that there's not as much of a deficit here as we had thought. Most of that deficit being obviously in the roads, which we are aware of based on the condition of them. Oh, sorry, that's why it wasn't in our equipment, because the truck is a vehicle. So the so there, with the addition of the truck, sorry, we did have a increase in the annual requirement. The truck being of higher value than the one that left. And then when we purchase a new vehicle, we take that purchase price and apply it to all of our vehicles that we have that meet that criteria, as that's a more representative replacement cost than what we had been using, being either inflation or the previous time that we had purchased a vehicle. The payment, I think, was quite a few years ago, so it has grown at a bit more than inflation. Again, the deficit probably identifying what has been approved to based on council direction has reflected a decrease in that. And I do keep going back to all of these decreases in the deficit, but they will be representative of the levels of service that once we set that, have a chance to finalize that meeting, then these will change. Right now, they would be reflective of the current plan for replacement of vehicles, and council decided that was too long, or they thought that it should be longer, then that will change the annual requirements for those. Also listed in all of the copy of all the vehicles that make up all of that. And then our water network. So this is our user pay. So this one is paid by fees that we charge to all the connected and unconnected residents. And this all the treatment equipment was based on the work that Aqua had done to figure out all those replacement costs for us. With all the water mains, which make up a large portion of this, and their very long life cycle of anticipated in 80 years, it does skew the overall condition to be much higher than it would be if we were just looking at the other components. Majority of it is our $28 million. The water mains is a large portion, so that does skew, make everything in this look much better. But given that all of our water mains are in around the same decade or so, we've got another 40 or 50 years before we need to start replacing a lot of those. So we won't be needing to build quite a reserve for when that time does come. And then the map on the final page, there's a brief overview of the treatments and for each of the water systems, and kind of the location of what areas of the township are served by municipal water. And I feel like I've gone through that and maybe missed some stuff and tried to keep that kind of high level so that we didn't get overwhelming. But any questions, I'm happy to answer or go into more detail about it.
Questions? Go ahead.
I'm always scared to ask a question. Likely to you, Sam. So the annual deficits that we're looking at across the board, how concerning is this?
For you, it is concerning. Personally, I take comfort in knowing our numbers are not as concerning as others. I know that's not a great answer.
I don't much care how others are.
Comforting if we're all going down the drain together.
I think there's gonna have to be a lot, there already has been a lot of discussions with the province. Municipalities, they inherited stuff that wasn't always the greatest. And it's difficult to eliminate something once you've already had it. That's why you have multiple townships of 3 community centers, townships of 4 community centers, as that's what they inherited. It's difficult to remove something once it's been there, and the change can be scary. It is alarming having these kind of deficits and trying to formulate and determine the best path forward. It's tough, and I'm happy I am not in council's shoes for it.
Again, not comforting.
Again, not comforting. But I think it's going to be the continued delegations to the province. How are you going to help with this? You left the municipality with this. How do we help? We can't, personally, I feel it's not reasonable to put all of this burden on the resident to address some of these. I'm also in saying that, recognize that if it's not the lower tier municipality that's putting some of that pressure, it may be other forms of taxes that is putting that pressure. But I think it's important to keep continuing to do those delegations at the different conferences, highlighting some of these concerns that we do have. I don't have a great answer on how to fix them. I don't know that they're fixable at this time.
I guess the best we can do is ensure that we're doing as much as we can or want to be within the limits of our taxation. I think we're heading in a bad direction, maybe, but I know the mayor and I talked about delegating at Roma, and do you have a sense for the best group is to do that? Should it be county, municipality? Should you be there? That's my next question.
From a township side, treasurers are doing similar, canvassing at different groups where ministry representation are throughout. I don't think it hurts for elected officials to also continue to do that same canvassing. It may be something that we're not alone in here. We know we're not alone. It may be a joint delegation. Maybe it's a countywide delegation, because as at the lower tier, we're facing these. County's also going to be facing these pressures. I haven't seen their plan. I am almost certain they are at the 50% funded. I would be shocked. We are in a pretty good state, having about 40-45% funded.
I think where I see it as improving is 11 years ago when I first came on council, we didn't have this. We didn't have the values. We didn't know what we needed to be funding for. So it was like a blank target. It didn't exist. You didn't know what you were aiming for. So this has us a lot further ahead now. So thank you, Brian.
My question to council, the regulation tells us what we have to put in our plan each and every time. They don't provide guidance on what your update has to look like. Or is council comfortable with how we structure the update that you have to see today? Is there something you think is missing from here that maybe you had in your original plan, or we were, just leave that there. We don't need an answer right now, but if there is something.
I don't perceive a lack of something, but I really appreciate the maps and the lists of what vehicles and whatnot that we own. I'm going to keep this on my desk so I can refer to it when we have a discussion with it.
It is also our intention, some of these maps, as operating budget prohibits, putting some of them on larger papers to have, that we can take to different events so people can see, and trying to get asset management discussed a bit more. I'll work on that because it is new and not many know what it's for, what it's about. Why do we do it? So.
Does staff have anything that they think we're missing? That we should have in there, that you'd like to see us have in there?
And I kind of did this update, so personally I take it as it's a good one, but I appreciate comments from any other sector.
I mean, I think you're the experts in this area and we rely on your expertise.
And I think when we have our levels of service discussion, that will help guide us in how we approach the funding of some of these as well. The roads, with our preventative maintenance and our hard surface preservation, have already, I think, started to show some improvements in the overall part of this. So once we kind of finalize that, and then we can have a policy and give that direction and create the 10-year plan, I think that will also help. That being our largest funding gap would help to tighten that up a little bit.
Next, we're moving into our user fee updates. Just are you wishing to continue with it? Is it a 5-minute break? Any nods on this and keep going. So the user fee update, we're trying to structure this similar to the strategic session that council had back in June of 2024. So in trying to keep that and show some progress and where we maybe haven't been making as many strides, we're trying to keep that same kind of structure. So for the overall township operating funding summary, you'll see each chart is going to look very similar in where it has expenditures and then the different forms of revenue. 2023 numbers, those were your audited numbers. 2024 numbers, they are considered unaudited at this time because we do not have the audited financial statements back, but they are reflective of what was included in the draft financial statements that was presented to council a few weeks ago. 2025 estimated, that is taking year-to-date actual spending with finance projecting it out on where we think we may be ending at the end of 2025, and 2026 estimated. This is looking more at what, from a staff level, we anticipate budget numbers may look like. Again, this is all operating, this is no capital, where we're estimating, taking into account some of those assumptions that we had looked at before. These numbers that are in that 2026 estimated can, may, and will change before you are having your actual budget deliberations, depending on the adjustments that are needed to those assumptions. So overall, back in June, the direction was to have our key user fee policies be around affordability, fairness, and equity, looking at our taxpayers versus our non-taxpayers, youth versus adult versus not-profit, and including concessions for CPI inflation to our user fees. Those are some of the overall principles that we've been trying to ascertain and continue when we are looking at our draft 2026 user fees and charges bylaw, which is included in today's agenda as well. Overall, if we're looking at the type of expenditures, we will see gradual increases throughout. We can drill down into those increases more when we are having our budget deliberation, and that will give you a bit more detail. Some of those increases may be triggered when we're going through the other slides, not just looking at the overall summary here. For user fee revenue, you will see a slight decrease around our 2025 estimated and our 2026 estimated. We're going to drill down into that a bit more. We have seen increases in some areas, being specifically around our facilities and recreational use. However, some not as consistent usage of some user fees within other departments. So we'll drill into that while we're going through the other slides a bit more.
Go ahead.
So maybe you'll get to it later, as you say, with more specifics, but for user fee revenue, 2024 seems to be a bit of an increase, and then back to the 2023 levels for 2025 and an estimate for 2026. Do you have an explanation for why 2024 was a little different?
So some of that was around our, I think it was planning that had a bigger decrease. So planning and engineering 2024 did see a spike a bit, going from about a 15% up to a 24%. So that did attribute to some of that increase within there. We also had, there was one other department that is not coming to mind right now. Cemeteries in 2024 also had a spike. User fees. Our grants, they are maintaining relatively consistent. These are again all operating components. It doesn't take into account your OCIF, Community Infrastructure Fund, or any of your gas tax, CCD. And our tax levy, the number that is shown here for an estimated 2026 tax levy, looking at the growth that you have had to date, would result in, assuming no changes to a tax ratio policy, or significant changes, it would have a 5.5% tax rate impact.
5.5?
That's what it's working into right now. However, we do have some assumptions that we know we need to adjust and correct. So going into your building department, so if you're looking at your fees and charges bylaw, this would be Schedule B and L of that bylaw. Looking at the rates, we are looking at a proposed fee increase of a rounded 2% CPI. We say rounded so that we don't have odd cents throughout all of our fees. That is why it's rounded. The 2 is coming from what was our CPI. For the purposes of user fees, staff do recommend maintaining the 2, even if CPI was to be slightly lower at a 1.6, 1.5. We do see a dip, a large dip, in our expenditures around 2025 for this department. Large portion of that was the vacancies that were experienced. We did have consultants which did use some of that, but when we didn't have the staff, they weren't also doing the professional development. They weren't necessarily using our vehicle, that we had some reduced repairs and maintenance around there, some fuel usage. So some of those other flow-through costs of not having a staff member, they weren't fully offset or paid to our external consultants there. We have seen a trend in our building applications going downward slightly. Building applications tend to go in a cyclical trend. They went up during the peak of COVID. Now we're starting to see a bit of the development lull. We may see that going back up as interest rates come down. We don't know for certain. We do anticipate for the purposes of 2026 it continuing to be a bit more of the lower side than what we had experienced in previous years for. When looking at planning and engineering, our expenditure, these are Schedule H and P of your fees and charges. We are proposing for the planning fees, again, the rounded 2% CPI increase. Your June 2024 direction was to try and move towards a 60-40 split of user fees versus taxation for planning. For the purposes of 2026, if we are only looking at the planning portion, it would be about a 30-70. So we're not at that 60% user fees yet for planning. Some of that is due to the number of applications. There is rules and regulations, which if you're wanting to know more detail about that, would be better on how we can structure our fees to recuperate planning costs. We have not charged yet any user fees around our engineering schedule. It is good to still have those. A lot of them will be more one-off instances around subdivision reviews and major projects. We just haven't had any that new that have came through the door. Some of those ones who are already in process, we don't necessarily have the grounds to charge them a new fee when the application has already started. So the fee and schedule is there for those new applications which may come in after it had been implemented. When looking at the expenditures, you'll see 2023 and 2024 was rather consistent here. There is a jump into 2025. That's the annualization of some of those new FTEs that you did have in 2024. That has caused that. 2025 did also have some additional costs around external consultants, specifically from the planning. We're hopeful that that's not continuing into 2026. Things have not been structured in that way. However, 2026, we do have the market check results that council had approved. Those have been implemented into numbers. We also have some increases around our legal to make that be a bit more in line with where historical actuals have been for our planning and engineering department. Some of those costs are recuperated through subdivision agreements, and we treat that as a user fee. But some of the costs that we've been experiencing over the past, unfortunately, have not had that same luxury, yes, or priority that we can recuperate it. Next up, we have our garbage and recycling. So this would be Schedule K on your fees and charges bylaw. We're not really proposing many changes to it, pending where we're going with waste. A big part of that is going to be what kind of agreement can be structured. Staff recognized that the direction was back in June of 2024 was to try and continue with a user fee based. With the implementation of cards, that can become difficult. We're limited in that. We can't increase a bag tag fee where we could have in the past. Now we can just introduce some rates around additional cards or larger cards. So we may not be able to accomplish that objective. However, we're going to continue to see what kind of agreement is actually struck to determine where some of those become. You'll see a decrease in expenditures between 2025 and 2026. That is to represent the province now taking over recycling. The decrease that with the province taking over recycling, unfortunately, is offset by the expected increase we're going to have for our waste services. So overall, it is a decrease. However, it is not a fully utilizable decrease because of those no increases. When looking at our parks and recreation, so this would be Schedule I of the fees and charges, we are proposing the rounded 2% CPI increase. June 2024, council had asked for youth subsidy, continuing with that. So we do still have our minor sports, minor activities at our arena that does have the reduced ice rate. Trying to accomplish a 20% fee cost recovery, comparing comparable ice times. Looking at other rental costs or expenses such as pavilion rentals or outdoor area rentals. Capping our boat launch, which we did introduce the cap on the number of permits that was allowed. Boat launches, it had also asked to look at capping number of residential or non-residential permits that were issued. We haven't fully acted that yet. It's something that we're trying to see how can we put that into place for future years. 2025 did see a increase around the usage of our community centers, which is reflected in the increase in the user fees. We haven't fully increased 2026 user fee revenues to complement that, because we did also have a large portion of August where it was a user group being on sound attack that they are continuing to use the facility may not be there. There may be capacity in further increasing our estimates around the user fees for a recreation center. However, with revenues, you try to be a little more conservative in how you are budgeting them, because if you don't actually get that revenue, it puts you in a deficit type situation. Go ahead.
Just as you're mentioning the rentals for the ice, so we don't know if the attack's going to enter into that same agreement for next year.
I wouldn't think they would,
No.
because they did, because
That was a
Bayshore
renovation.
was, yeah.
Okay. I just wasn't sure.
Through America, one time.
One
Yeah.
family.
Yeah.
Unless something like that happens again.
Yeah, so my question was going back to the philosophy of our own residents, charging them a certain rate versus a group that's from out of township. I would hope that we would apply a different rental rate to a group like the Attack that's coming in from another area.
Right now, your fees are structured to be in prime versus non-prime. It's not residential versus non-residential.
I mean, that is part of our philosophy, and this is a group that is coming from out of area. I would think if it should happen again, we wouldn't be charging them the same as a minor hockey or figure skating group within our own.
That is something staff can take away, do comparisons as to the prime versus non-prime seems to be rather consistent, but we can look and see how other municipalities maybe structure theirs to see if there are ways we can incorporate a resident versus non-resident, especially for this.
Is there thought to having ice in longer or going to year-round ice at Shallow Lake? What impact would that have?
Through Mayor Carlton, I do not believe that we have ever looked at that to date. I know, like, since I've been here, we haven't had a request for that. We have, considering 2025, left it in longer and put it in sooner than we ever have, but I don't know if the need is there, but I can only comment on that because I've never been asked for it, of whether Ryan or whether there'd be a.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think the problem there is, I don't think there's enough usage to warrant the time. So I think you would have to see a compelling proposal to keep the ice in, but I don't think keeping the ice in, I don't think they're using it, I mean, if you keep it in, they will come. Sorry for the bad analogy, but I don't think you'll see that. I think you need to see a compelling proposal from an outside group to say, you know, we're looking for 20 hours of ice per week, or two groups that were, you know, had a compelling proposal rather than suggest to keep it open.
Which is what we did so far with the nature direction.
I think it would also tax our resources to keep going with, you know, when we pivot to summer, you know, maintaining our winter staffing there and doing summer. So that would be a bit of a challenge for us too, I think.
It was just a comment that was said to me when the Attack were there with the ice in, and just somebody questioned would we consider doing that? But you're right, there would have to be somebody coming in saying, I'm gonna guarantee I'm renting it for this amount of time.
There's a flip side to that as well, that we do have commitments for summertime as well.
Yes.
On the floor with the roller derby. Roller derby's the biggest one, I think. Across to, so we do have uses, we also have some uses, like the Antiques Roadshow thing that comes by. I think there's one other one that's slipping my mind at the moment, but we do have other items, and I do not believe we're prepared to be able to do, like, we don't have a temporary floor or anything like that that we can cover the ice with to allow for that stuff to happen. It's either or.
Sorry.
No, just one other piece, it makes it tough for us to be a township where we could have ice year round. You got Owen Sound Rec Center with ice year round, and now Port Elgin has ice year round. It'd make it, you'd wonder how it could ever be possible we could maintain something like that in a township. As nice as it would be to have, but that would be a big ask, I think.
Maintaining youth subsidy, staff have been in discussion with the city of Owen Sound to potentially adjust how some of that sports subsidy that our residents have to pay as non-resident fees for Owen Sound is. We're in discussions with Owen Sound to look at, instead of the resident having to go to Owen Sound, pay it, then submit a request to Georgian Bluffs for the 75%, having the resident going and paying the 25%. Directly to Owen Sound will send Georgian Bluffs an invoice for that 75% to eliminate an additional step. We may see some slight increases in the number of claims because we don't know how many people maybe aren't submitting our form to get that reimbursement for the 75, but we're working with them to do that. There is also, in those kind of discussions, the topic of a broader recreational boundary discussion was brought forward. We don't know much about what that might mean. Staff are trying to explore that a bit more. It may mean elimination of a non-resident fee between Georgian Bluffs and Owen Sound. However, we don't know if that might mean a larger capital contribution from Georgian Bluffs to Owen Sound. So we're still trying to gather and understand some of what they would be looking for in that kind of agreement. We recognize that there are Owen Sound sports teams, such as minor ball, that does use Georgian Bluffs facilities. So it's not just our residents that are going to Owen Sound to use their facilities. It does go both ways. So we would be very mindful of that in those discussions.
It's complex because I would hazard to guess that the team itself is composed of people who live in multiple municipalities. So it seems like, at first glance, perhaps a simple question, but really quite complex.
I think the municipal borders and the changing landscape of minor hockey has changed that too. So in times gone by, for many of our ratepayers, their center that they would play hockey in would be Owen Sound. But now that centers have amalgamated, so Wiarton, Shallow Lake, and Owen Sound create one team, and they practice and play out of 3 or 4 facilities. So now you don't see the same. So it probably opens the conversation to look at what's an appropriate, maybe going back to the recreation agreement that we've had in the past rather than this user pay, because on every tri-center attack team, you'll have Owen Sound kids playing in Wiarton and Lions Head, Lions Head kids playing in Wiarton and Owen Sound, Shallow Lake kids playing in Wiarton and Owen Sound. So it's really dropped the borders there and kind of confused the situation. So it wouldn't make sense for us to try and figure out how we charge back and forth.
The agreement that we've somewhat had with Township of Chatsworth with their hockey, have they been billing us the last couple of years for that? Because I've kind of been given to understand that maybe they haven't the last 2 years.
They had for a couple of years, I'm not recalling off of the top of my head, if we received anything. As of 2024, they had, I'm not seeing any expenditures in 2025. When going to our other community environmental services, so this is Schedule J of your fees and charges bylaw. We're not proposing any changes. The current fees are set for a full service cost recovery for what they are intended for. Our direction back in June of 2024 was to remain the same. So we are trying to maintain that consistency, and overall, they are rather consistent. Year over year, we do have slight increases in around our user fees, but consistency is there. You'll note that there is a grant shown on here. It's not necessarily a grant, it's the funds we receive from Aggregate Resource Trust for having gravel pits within our township boundaries. We do get a portion of the proceeds that has been extracted from those pits each year. So we have seen a gradual increase in the revenue that we've been receiving from that, so we are adjusting budget to reflect a 5-year average of that actual revenue. When looking at other revenue, this revenue is mostly generated from our agreements with the county for the usage of our sand domes, our fuel, and it also has the revenue from the land lease that you have for the property in Kemple. Looking at our cemeteries, this is Schedule M of your fees and charges bylaw. We are proposing a rounded 2% increase to the fees. The addition of a memorial wall plaque, which has been set at the full service cost recovery. We hadn't had a fee for that in the past. To ensure you have some structure in charging for that going forward, we're looking to introduce that fee. Since preparing this material for you today, our 2025 estimated expenditures, it has came to light that that estimate is lower than where it should be. It is missing some of our consultant invoicing. They're invoicing, they used to send one invoice for each month for each cemetery. Now we get about 2 or 3. The one or two additional ones hadn't been taken into consideration. It had just been set to try and annualize based on the one invoice a month. So there is that slight modification. So what is being shown as 69,000 is actually closer to 90,000. So it does result in about 20,000 being funded from taxation and 83 funded from user fees. The increases when we're looking at the 2026, as mentioned before, we were estimating the 5% for our external service agreement. The budgeted revenues, we're trying to maintain consistency with prior years. Our cemeteries aren't growing. We're putting in columbariums, which have new space, but as for in-ground burials, we haven't expanded some of those areas. So the revenue does hit a point where you no longer may have a revenue source for your cemeteries if there are no more plots available. Next up, we have our animal control and livestock. So this is Schedule C of your fees and charges bylaw. We have no proposed changes to those fees. We are looking to move our tags. Right now, every 5 years, you get a new tag for your dog. We're switching them starting in 2026 to be lifelong tags so that we don't have that additional every 5 years, the cost of purchasing tags, having them transition into lifelong tags. We'll eliminate some of that. The June direction was to remain the same. It's been rather consistent over the last few years with some fluctuations around livestock claims. So the expenditures may have increased in any given year. However, you're also seeing grants being the funds that we receive as a flow through to OMAFRA or from OMAFRA to the resident who experiences the livestock casualty. Loss, thank you, that's a better word. So, we're trying to maintain some of that consistency here. When looking at police and fire, so this is Schedule F and G of your fees and charges. Looking to update some of the wording to be for an unauthorized fire. Right now, it has have the asterisk that we have to be called in from ministry to address the fire, Ministry of Environment to address the fire. So if we don't have that trigger from the Ministry of Environment, we don't have grounds to charge a user fee for us responding. This unauthorized fire, we now have our online permit program. They're free of charge to obtain. That if our fire department's having to visit a site 3-4 times, and they have, each time if we tried to take the education approach first for the first offense, come now time 2 or 3, now you're going to have to pay for us showing up there. We'll still continue to take it, at least for the first opportunity, in the education approach, and then addressing afterwards. We're still trying to work with OPP to see how can we get the information to enact that schedule for invoicing of OPP false alarm calls. We're not sure that we're going to get it, but we want to maintain and keep those fees if we do end up having that stronger relationship to get those pieces of information. The 2026 estimated numbers here, it did have that 15% that we had been previously working with, so that assumption will have to be adjusted, so that will be a lower number than the 3.1 million that is shown for the, in essence, that 4% on the OPP, which when you're looking at a contract of $1 million can add up. The user fee revenue that you do see in 2025, we had implemented and started working with Firemark. There was a structural fire. We were successful with Firemark in getting those funds. That is representative. We have made one other application. We are awaiting results on that. The 2023 number was around a structural fire and the recuperating of water from our water system. So that's why there was a number there. Otherwise, until we had a bit more history and statistics around what our Firemark revenue may be, that is when we've looked to implement some user fee revenue for that. We're still in our first year of operations from it, so we don't necessarily know what we may be getting, which is why we have not proposed any estimated revenue for that. The grant revenue that is shown, those are the proceeds from the reduced impaired driving exercise, the RIDE program that OPP. We believe that it is going to continue to be at the municipal level. However, our application did have to be made at the joint board level. So we're seeking some clarity around that. Our grant application for RIDE had to be completed for all set areas that are covered under our joint attachment board. So bit of discrepancies in between.
Where each board before for the individual municipality would have applied.
Yes.
Makes sense.
So we're still seeking a bit of clarification on that. Whether it is Georgian Bluffs is receiving the grant, whether it is the board is receiving the grant, we do anticipate that even if the board receives it, it would be in the board's best financial interest to recuperate at least that grant revenue out to the municipalities. However, that will be a discussion at the board for them to determine in that certain. Next, we have our other Office of the CAO, Corporate Services and Council. So these are user fees that would be covered under Schedules A, N, and O of your fees and charges bylaw. We do have some proposed slight increases to some of your Schedule A fees to maintain and achieve cost recovery. And that was for information searches. We've had a few more information searches requests. The previous structure wasn't quite achieving that, so adding in the criteria per half hour or portion thereof will allow us to recuperate some of that. File retrieval, also including that. We're looking at striking out your map books. The physical book is not really provided anymore. We do have on our website our functional class map that we can provide that, and we can direct residents to it. If they do have a question about a map, we are also happy to help an individual who may stop here that needs a bit of help getting directions on where to go. The grant that is shown here, that is the funding from your OMPF, Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. So that's your blanket amount that the province provides for you being a municipality. Your other is reflective of funds transferred from the reserve for operating purposes. So your climate change initiatives, you have your climate change reserve that funds these. So it's just that money coming from reserves, so it doesn't show as an impact on the tax levy. And you also have your investment income and your penalty and interest. So that's why this number appears large and other compared to some other schedules that we had looked at. One schedule that we haven't looked at yet was Schedule E. So this was for your biodigester fees. The board at their last meeting did receive a report from staff about changing the structure of their tipping fees for that, looking at eliminating a subsidy that had been historically provided to a commercial group and maintaining and implementing a consistent rate fee, whether it's commercial disposal, residential disposal, and having that be consistent. And the fee was set to be $15.18 per cubic meter, and that was calculated based doing a break-even analysis to determine the costs associated with those tipping fees based on historical usage of the site. When we look at our water fees, so this is Schedule D of our fees and charges bylaw. Our frontage charge had not been updated or changed since 2017. So looking at catching up on CPI since that last change, so it does have a larger increase than others. Consistent consumption rate using South Bruce Peninsula's water rate study. There will be a staff recommendation coming forward to award Georgian Bluffs water rate study, so we no longer would be using the external support for our fees. Depending on who is awarded the water rate study, our kind of top two proponents, one has them slotted that they would be presenting rates to council in March, April of next year. The other has that they'd be presenting rates in June, July of next year. So it is up to council. Right now, we have included a rounded 2% CPI increase. It is up to council if you wish to implement that increase or if you want to wait to see what the results of the water rate study are. I would be hesitant in advising you to wait. You're better maybe to increase them now than for the purposes of a 2027 budget, having that be your implementation year of the results of these water rate studies to avoid an increase in January and maybe an increase in June, maybe an increase in August, depending on the successful proponent. But we don't want to lose out on having an increase for the purposes of 2026. So trying to maintain that 2% on the Long Bluffs fees, but recognizing we still have the South Bruce Peninsula fees that they had set for theirs and maintaining that consistency for the cost of using water throughout all water systems at this time.
I would think a 2% increase based on CPI is a reasonable thing to do at this point. Not to leave it sitting there.
I think many people won't think that's reasonable, but also there's all this background information about how much it costs to provide that water. So I think it's probably better to do incremental increases than a large one later on.
I think that's part of what I'm thinking is incremental now rather than waiting and then trying to play catch up later. Just makes it an even worse jolt, and we can be pretty sure we're going to be 2% CPI anyway.
Based on some rough numbers, I know that the 2 is likely not the number that's going to come from the water rate study, especially looking at some of the historical information that had been provided to previous councils around some of the increases that were needed around water at that time in 2021, 2022. So I think if we're taking a 2 for the purposes of 2026, that allows the opportunity to be talking to residents and formulating with those impacted users a plan to smooth out some of those increases that may be needed. We could be wrong, I could be wrong, but maybe it's going to come back and say your rates are great. We don't know for certain until we know what the results of it are. But when our top 2 proponents have that they're not going to be presenting any rates until Q3 of the year, I don't want to misguide council, but I think it would be appropriate for you to implement some sort of small increase at least to make sure you don't get further behind.
Okay.
Before we move into the next subject, I'd like to ask a question, and if it's not related to, I don't think it's related to user fees and charges, but it's certainly related perhaps to the budgeting process. Where are we with potentially implementing alerts? We talked about that. Nora was keen to start down that road, and I'm not sure what's happened since then. Are we still looking at that?
AMPs being administrative monetary penalties. Sorry, looking at as administrative, like, yeah, I know.
Oh, different AMP.
And the county has another one that uses AMP. I don't know what it is now.
Is that a discussion for another day, or is there a quick?
I can provide a very high level update. In all honesty, I don't really have an update to provide simply because, again, in all honesty, that was not a priority over the summer, just given all of the other priorities that are demanded. With our short-term rental accommodations program, it's definitely still top of mind. It's something that I have interest in doing, and I think the township would benefit from doing. But with that being said, I have not made progress, in all honesty.
Understandable.
Are we wanting to continue? Is council looking?
I would love to continue, whatever. Nope, we're ready.
Okay, so next, something that is new for Georgian Bluffs, and this will be our first time going through a strong mayor budget. So we're trying to provide some further information to help educate and guide this council and what that may look like. So back in June, I believe it was, we received the mayoral direction directing the treasurer and acting CAO to prepare a draft 2026 operating capital budget within the requirements that we have, being that it came to zero, it balanced, it had monies for all of your expenditures, concessions, and funding for any loan and debt repayments that you may have. The 2026 operating budget was to use the same levels and types of services as in previous years, so that's why you had budget requests if we were looking to change or enhance any of those historical levels that council had set. September 15th, which got changed to be today, being October 22nd, was to include a review of 2025 and prior year approved capital projects. We had that, our business plan reports, and other council decisions that may have a financial impact. We have tried to include your user fees in here. We recognize that the reserve and reserve funds that do have a financial impact didn't quite fit in with this and trying to maintain it in one day. And the November 14th strategic session is to be the presentation of the budget. So, because the budget is being passed and presented prior to February 1st, there becomes a new section that we do have to be extremely mindful of in moving through this. So there are a few different scenarios in a strong mayor's budget that may play out. If, when the budget comes out, council is all good, there's no proposed amendments, then we have a adopted budget on December 8th, being 30 days after the presentation. Presentation means when it is provided to council, the clerk, and the public. That would be triggered by our agenda. It is not necessarily the November 14th when we are talking about it. Another scenario, maybe.
Dr. Day has
I
questions.
was just trying to interpret the years on the previous slide.
Oh, I didn't. It's November 7th, 2025.
Okay, or by 2026. I didn't know if it's late in the day, so I didn't know if I missed something.
No, dates are in 2025 terms, recognizing we are talking about a 2026 budget. After it's being presented and discussed, council may wish to amend something. The mayor would have the opportunity to veto the proposed amendments, which would result in a budget being approved still on December 8th. The mayor, once receiving those amendments, would have a 10-day period, unless it's shortened, to consider the amendments and enact them. If the mayor does accept and proceed with the amendment, that 10-day window would mean our budget is approved on December 18th, or adopted, sorry, on the 8th. We also have the option of there being amendments and going into vetoes with it. So amendments may be proposed, the 10-day window occurs. If they are vetoed by the mayor, meaning not proceeding, council then has 15 days to override the mayor's veto, which then council can override the veto, which means, or does not override the veto, and it becomes adopted on January 13th, or council does override the veto and it is still January 13th. So there is a few different changes that play. What does a council amendment maybe require? Legislation says that the mayor must present a balanced budget when it comes to zero. There is no surplus or deficit. And any proposed changes must also come to zero. So if the budget has, use brushing as an example, $65,000 for brushing in it, council wishes to increase that to $75,000. Council has to provide direction on where is that other $10,000 coming from. So it could be taxes, could be reserves, could be wherever, but the amendment must come to zero as well, having a revenue and an offsetting, or an expenditure and an offsetting revenue. Depending on the nature of what these amendments may be, next slide please, there will be a treasurer's report presented which summarizes those changes. So it will take the amount that was shown on the materials provided on the November 7th and track and show those changes from an expenditure side, the different revenue stream side, where are those pluses and minuses coming from going to. Interim tax levy, no matter when we are doing this, interim taxes are always based on 50%. So a mayor's budget or any budget doesn't necessarily impact your interim tax levy, so that bylaw will remain the same. You no longer have a bylaw to pass the budget. It is adopted after the date that those timelines expire. There is concessions and allowability around in-year budget amendments, which may require additional levy. The mayor may prepare a budget amendment and provide it to council, the clerk, and the public. 21 days after that's been proposed, council may pass a resolution, and the budget amendment is deemed adopted after the 21 days. Council, you can shorten that 21 days if you wish. However, you do not have to. If the amendment within those 21 days, the mayor can veto it if it's made by council. Sorry, this is really weird. They can veto it, and you would need a mayor's veto would need a 2/3 override on it. After your time period for council to override the mayor's veto, it becomes adopted if it is not vetoed. So we do have to be very mindful on when meetings are called. We may see additional meetings needed if there is not regular scheduled council meetings. However, in the structure of moving your meetings to be twice a month, we believe that the 21 days will always see a meeting of council to ensure that these don't get missed inadvertently or time lapses. So we are working very diligently.
So the only thing that might play with that would be when you get a 5-week month.
Yes.
You could be looking at 21 days between
And
that.
Carly and I were kind of looking at calendars, and we did highlight so that staff are aware of when those might happen, to flag if we do maybe need a special meeting called, so that nothing is inadvertently or accidentally overseen.
So council has never been in the habit of doing an in-year budget amendment. So why is it thought that from this date forward, the mayor might want to do in-year budget amendments when it's never happened before?
So through you, it's never happened in Georgian Bluffs. There is a county that is nearby, not Gray County. They are always amending their budget, and every single change that they make to their budget is a budget amendment, which you then have to track all through. And speaking in a former life, that was very annoying as an auditor. You were auditing 5 budgets instead of 1. But they didn't want to see differences on their financial statements, which is why they would do that. In-year budget amendments is not something that I would anticipate this council needing to invoke. This is around additional levy. You do have stabilization reserves that we can do amendments from a reserve funding purpose, but doesn't trigger some of these. This is just if it needs additional levy that this structure is triggered.
So in cases where we've had an emergency replacement needed at Shallow Lake, we go to reserves to cover that. Where we could go to tax levy. Okay. Go ahead, Kathy.
Is there anything that's different legislatively that would require us to do this process? Is there anything different that the province is imposing on us? Or can we just carry on the way we always have, if there are slight changes?
I have not seen anything, and I saw our clerk shaking her head no, but there has been nothing in the legislation that says you must do this. So we are trying to continue with our same rhythm of budget that we have had in the past, making sure it is our council inclusive budget in that sense, just wanting council to be aware of some of these changes that you are facing. So we just need to be mindful of some of those deadlines to make sure we don't inadvertently surpass something that maybe was going against what council had wanted.
So I guess from my point of view, with that type of thing, doing in-year budget amendments and changing the tax levy, that's affecting all of our residents. Suddenly, you think your bill's gonna be this much, but now it's not because council made a change. I don't see council wanting to do that at any point in time. It would have to be a major emergency.
So that was the materials we had for you today. Our next steps will be coming out of the strategic session. You will be hopefully formalizing a recommendation on the staff reports that we have included here today. Some of these are outside of the information that was included in your initial recommendation to move into the strategic session, as they had a bit more details within the recommendation. So that's your reserve fees and your asset management plan. They do have two separate recommendations outside of this strategic session. Specifically coming out of the strategic session, council, we are asking you to pass a motion identifying which request you would like to be included into next year's budget and any additional services you may wish to include. This can also include direction to staff if you do wish for insurance to evaluate some of that additional coverage around our cyber, any of those assumptions that we may have included. If you feel it is incorrect, we recognize that we know the OPP one is wrong, so we will make adjustments for the ones that we do know for certain. Council had talked about the CPI report, if you were wanting it to be the 40,000, or if you did want it to be the 20,000 lump sum increase, or a continual 20,000 increase for operating purposes. Some discussion within there. We do need our grant application direction for the road closure trailers, if you do wish for us to submit that grant. Kemble Arena, there was some discussion around the flooring. Investigate it further, bring back information, or if you want it included in your report, we will need some direction on that.
Increase out of all of those. Like, are these things we have to give direction on today? Because I'm thinking that CIP and things like that, we don't know what the impact is on taxes.
Live streaming, just.
Sorry to interrupt, it said that we had dropped YouTube, so I don't know if that was just a bit of the storm going by, but we seem to be all right again.
Apologies.
That's okay. I guess we don't know what each of those items separately, what the impact is on the amount that we're gonna have to increase taxes. So is it possible to get that information? I mean, I think giving the direction on applying for a grant for the trailers is a fairly easy one. Because if we don't get the grant, then we're gonna take it out of reserve, so there's no impact to taxation. But the possibility of flooring at Kemble, we don't even really have a total amount as to what we're looking at there. That's kind of a hard one to say yes or no to.
So that one, maybe your direction is not to include it in a 2026 budget. Maybe it is that staff brings back more information. That it may not be in a 2026 budget exactly, or it could be a reserve funded in your amendment to your budget.
Sorry, say that again, Samantha.
It could be a in-year reserve funded amendment, not a tax funded amendment.
I was just gonna say something along the same lines. I think if we're looking at changing the floor in that recreation facility, we're really doing it because our needs for recreation have changed and we have a recreational reserve for that. So I think it would be appropriate to consider that kind of an expense come from there. If that's, I think we need to gather more information for me to come back so you know that what we're talking about, but I would consider that recreational reserve. We don't utilize that one as much as we probably should in terms of, that reserve is intended for structural or capital or fundamental changes to our facility that reflect the recreation usage there, so that's a potential opportunity.
Okay, and that allows us then to get more information on what type of flooring is needed and what the actual cost is of that. Because what we might opt to put in there might not be what a user group thinks they'd like to see us put in. They might be going for the Cadillac and we want to go for the Volkswagen.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that the staff need time to get the info. I'm just going by what the user group is telling me, and they're looking at roughly $35,000 for a floor that should meet everybody's needs. But that's their perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks, Margaret. Just on that though too, and first thing that came to my mind is that we want to put a floor on top of a wet concrete pad, and are we going to get into mold problems? Is that going to be our next issue? Like, I think there's more to it than just putting a floor down. I think there's got to be air movement. There's got to be whatever needs to keep that floor dry, and then maybe you don't need the floor. I mean, as soon as you cover something up that has water on it, you're going to create a mold issue. So that would be our next issue. Just put that out there.
But if that one then can be handled through a recreation reserve, then it doesn't need to be considered as part of this process.
Correct. I think your comments are good though. I think we'll bring back a report and I anticipate a lively conversation.
That was 2. Third was the CIP. I think you had 5. What's that?
I have 12 to go.
CIP was one, whether we would do 40,000 or 20,000.
So
of the events.
So the number that we had in front of you today for the user fee purposes, that was the 5.5. So the 14,604,000 worked out to about a 5.5. That number did not include any of the business plan requests, which were in front of you. It also does not include any savings. We may have around the 4% for OPP. So if it's easier for the council, maybe your direction is not only on the project as a whole. Maybe it is around, we like this, however, it is not going to cause us to have more than a X% increase if approved. Does that make sense?
I think I'd still like to see what this whole thing comes back at as a percentage, because right now we don't really have that. We have a lot of asks all the way through, but we don't know what the impact of that's going to be.
So, give me one moment here. So when looking at the asks, that takes our 5.5 up to a 6.16. It does not take into account any potential ceilings, which I can't give a number on right now around that. Like the insurance, or if we are going to switch insurance to have that 5% decrease, or if we are increasing estimates around user fees, what is the savings on the tax level? I know it's a different discussion here, so I appreciate some of the concerns around it. When we give the budget on November 7th, those amendments can get harder. Because in essence, your budget on November 7th, when it's presented, is your budget, unless you have council approved amendments or proposed amendments to it. So that's why we are trying to look for guidance from council on what is a number you feel comfortable with. Staff can take it away. I can't guarantee that that might be a number, but it at least provides some input and guidance on what we might be looking to and where, from a staff level in conjunction with mayor, are some of those potential savings or identification.
Where did we land last year? Can you remind me? Compared to the 6 or 6.1% that you're
4.96 last year?
I say 4.15.
0.2.
And the year before, I feel like that one was larger. Right.
Mhm. There was one year we started at 30% and drove down from there.
8.69 was 2024, so for 2023.
And are there, I know this is an impossible question to answer precisely. I also know we have some long range projects that are being researched and looked into and planned for potentially. So in 2027, are any of those coming to fruition, which might mean we have some larger costs in 2027, where some of the smaller requests for 2026 would be good to get into the 2026 year before there's bigger asks in 2027.
So through you, a lot of your big asks, they're all funded from reserves. We have done preliminary analysis and review. You do have capacity within your reserves to fund those multi-year projects right now. That's not to say that there's capacity within the reserves to fund the ones that we know of now. Part of your asset management planning is going to be also now including that 2028 one project that's going to be new for 2028 that we might not talk about until 2027. How do we make sure we have money for it? So that's the part that we're kind of missing right now, that it's hard to advise on. Looking at the reserves with the projects that you have right now, some of the information we do have around the 1.5 million for roads, maintaining it, the planned and slotted bridges and culverts, our reserves are good for those projects.
Which leads to the question of, will our reserves be in good shape for the next step?
That's hard for me to say, we don't know when the big asks are going to come.
Can I just ask a question first? What approximately is 1% of taxation right now?
1% of our levy or the change factor?
Of our levy.
So that you have them to say.
Gives us an idea of how much we have to cut then.
Well, first we have to land on what's an acceptable. We don't know how much we want to cut until we talk. I'm not comfortable with 6 or more. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Percent is around 145,000.
Sorry, 145,000. Sorry, Kathy, go ahead and then Grant.
I mean, if we take out the increase to the CIP, if we take out the increase to the community, wait, is that community event? Am I talking about the same thing?
They're two different.
Two different things, the grants and also the special events. If we take out those proposed increases, does that help us move the needle at all? It's not going to be 1%, is it?
No.
No, the removal of that, which those two items being $20,000 each, would take you down to 5.87.
5.8?
87. And that is assuming no changes in a tax ratio policy, and it's taking your current work, which may also change between now and when the roll book is provided.
Does get us below the 6%.
Did that add to the brushing?
That does include the brushing.
Not the double though, just the 20,000.
Just the 20, yeah.
Just the 20, we were talking about trying to move that up.
So, yeah, and I'm kind of the line, Councilor over here too, let's not do the 6.1. You think you could find or are able to find 1.2% elsewhere or open for elsewhere with what we have in there today?
We may have capacity. I don't know what the exact number would be, but right now in our assumptions, we've included a nil change on our insurance. If we do move forward with the 5% that Matt was saying we are likely to experience. That may take us below that. I don't have that number
Right.
in front of me to know what the actual financial impact is. But insurance is likely around 800,000 for a full year. So.
That's where I would maybe like to see us try going, leave things where we are today, and see what savings do come back, and then relook at it.
The only problem with that one though is if we wanted to increase our cybersecurity, which would seem like a rational thing to do at this time. So not trying to take advantage of that savings there. Have you taken out the 4% that's on the OPP?
No, that number is still in here, so there is still some assumptions.
So we still got some maneuverability there.
We also don't know all the other numbers, the library, the grade level, there's
Yeah.
a lot of other unknowns at this moment.
I'm sorry if I may.
That's okay, because the thought in my head just went so.
When we heard Matt speak, it's not like he was, he didn't list more insurance for cybersecurity under the improvements area. It wasn't like he was pounding the table over us needing that. So maybe that's not something we need this year.
I mean, maybe if we want to show some restraint there, we could focus on policy improvements and taking advantage of some of the education. So we wouldn't necessarily have to do nothing in that regard. We could spend our energy on education and policy amendments rather than boost security.
So if we got a figure back, including that 5% insurance decrease, maybe not having the increase in CIP or the community events, and what was the other one? Was there one other one?
Is the Kemble floor in there, because that was kind of.
It's not in there.
Okay, but when we've been going through originally, had it been included in that? No, okay.
Brushing was the other. Brushing and the purchasing and risk management coordinator, we'd rather to business plan requests that had an operating impact. I did just look up what our last estimate for insurance was, so 5% would be about 45,000. So if I take that out, that would put us at 5.54.
Brushing, was that about the emerald ash borer?
Mhm.
So
it's a risk.
It's not just clearing the ditches, but it's the liability of having dead trees.
So, council, if you wish, you do also have your environmental stabilization reserve, which you bear with me for a moment. Has a balance at the end of 2024 of 395,000. So if you were wanting for the purposes of 2026, that increase around the brushing and the trees to be funded from reserves, that's an opportunity that you have here. Or if you are wanting to switch gears a bit and having it be a one-time larger project funded from the reserve, that's also an opportunity. I wouldn't recommend you having a perpetuity project constantly funded from reserves. So if you're making that switch, they'd look for it to be more of a one-time initiative.
This isn't I'm not a subject matter expert, so I'm maybe getting ahead of myself, and staff can correct me, but my worry about reducing our coverage in that area is I believe we're going to find this isn't something we can avoid. These are going to be thrust upon us. These costs for the ash boards, I think we're going to find, we're going to be called to a situation or a tree that we can't just look away from. So, I mean, that doesn't preclude taking it out of reserves like you're talking about, but I don't think it's a choice of would be nice to do. I think we're going to run into those costs whether we like it or not.
I agree.
You can tell me what I'm talking about, because I am just,
No, I've never do
just
that.
a simple kind of the.
I would venture that like the 20,000 ask for sure, I can like guarantee will be spent and it will not be dealing with the emergencies, the ones that be in that situation where we, no matter what, have to go out and deal with it, whether there's budget or not. So, yeah, I don't love that idea either. With what you said, I'm with you 100%.
That's a risk though that's out there that we know of that would be nice to mitigate sooner rather than later, would be my thought.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if it's mitigated work, though. I think this is gonna be work that is thrust upon us.
It's reactive.
Reactive,
for sure.
yeah.
I would also venture that I would almost prefer another year with like a $20,000 increase to see where we're at in that curve and see if it's still going up or not. And just coming up with like a big number all of a sudden, I still have to find somebody to be able to do the work. And I don't know what the capacity out there is. I'm fairly certain that our current contractor will be able to deal with the extra 20 that we're talking about, but once you start going that much bigger, it might be a year's worth of work for them, right? And I don't know if they'd be interested or being able to do that. But yeah, I would want to know more information or do more investigation.
Yeah, no, so I was just kind of thinking opposite direction, or not opposite direction, but instead of the 20,000, if we were gonna pull it from the reserves, or why we wouldn't go to 40,000 this year out of the reserves as a one-time deal and see where you end up. I don't know, you're speaking of 20,000 for 2 years now. If we're gonna get ahead of it, you're gonna need more money anyway, so it's same thing, it's two different directions. So if it's gonna come out of reserves, I don't know why we wouldn't go to 40 and see what you can do in the year and get done, if you can get the help to do it.
Yeah, in our little stretch of the world, which is small, depending on your perspective, we've had bad luck because these trees keep falling. They keep falling into our field. So I just assume they fall on the road and look after it. But yeah, so
There's a line of them in front of my place that Hydro is painted dots on.
That's what I find each day that there's a significant wind event. We're seeing these trees coming down. So, yeah, I think that's probably some good reasoning.
The sooner we can get them down, the better, and I can tell you after having booked the service just this week, they're already booking well into next year. So getting the folks to do that, I mean, maybe it takes more than one company to spread the work out a little bit.
Okay, so if we're taking that out of reserves, that changes some of the other picture, because we had 20,000 on taxation.
That would take us to 5.4.
Sorry, what is that including in terms of reducing or eliminating? So that's the 4% OPP?
No, I don't have that 4% OPP yet. So that would have the, looking at your request that you had. That would be 25,000 for your records management program, 52,500 for purchasing and risk management coordinator, plus the amount that was shown for the tax in the overall user fees, taking out a 5% decrease on insurance.
So you're not touching CIP or special events at this point?
So it would be taken out, that would, the 20,000 that had been in there for the tax portion would be eliminated, keeping the 20,000.
That's out of reserves.
For
the CIP. For the CIP.
And special events.
The special events would be removed.
It will be back to 20 versus 20. So that's all included in your 5.5.
My 5.4.
So could we add 5% to the events because of it being the 25th?
council is okay with it, I would prefer for you to provide a number because we know there are other assumptions that we're working through that I can't pinpoint what all of that may flow through. There's a lot I can do on the spot. That won't be one of them. Apologies.
So what you want is a
There's-
percentage, so if we said 5.5% max, then you can come back and tell us what that. So the other thing that we don't have considered in here is we don't include all interest income when we're doing the budget.
So we do include a amount for interest income. We have seen prime coming down. So that number from 2025 to 2026 has been slightly decreased to account for that. The number that we have included in our user fee analysis is reflective of what we do anticipate, given the anticipation of another decrease in prime, using our current balances and calculating it out on what we may be expecting for interest income for the coming year.
And do we have added assessment?
We have known growth as of October 8th that is taken into account here. We don't know the growth that may have occurred from October 8th to the end of October. When we receive our roll-up each year, it's based on the assessment as of October 31st. That any changes that occur after that October 31st date become supplementals, which we do not budget historically for the supplementals.
I find it hard to come up with a number, but before coming to the meeting, 5% was part of my mindset. I just go back to, you know, sure we have some well-off folks in our municipality, but we have a lot that are finding it difficult to make ends meet, and I mean 5% is, I would like it not to be above 5% if it's possible.
I do not want to stop this discussion at the moment because I think it's a very important discussion. Also, before it becomes a problem, I want to state that I need to leave at 4:30 to get to parent-teacher interviews. It's a long day.
What do you think, Greg?
Yeah, no, I honestly didn't have a number in my head today when it came, so I think 5% is a great spot to start. Not sure that's where I'm gonna end up, but yeah. I guess we're good with that area. I don't believe we're asking, or I don't believe the staff's asking for anything that we don't need, so. And unfortunately, we gotta move on business too, so. We're fortunate to have the reserves that we do have to help us through a lot of things and keep us going, but again, too, we don't wanna see our reserves depleted to nothing too. We're just sitting there thinking about, here we are talking about ash borer trees, and we're talking about risk and mitigation here today. And we're asking for $40,000 and we have reserves. We'd look pretty silly if a tree come down on somebody's car. We're sitting there with all those money in the bank. To me, that just, you know, that's.
It'll cost us more money to pay
That's-
for the tree landing on the car than
Right,
it
so-
would to get the tree out of the way.
And that's where I just kind of went to, well, we're looking pretty silly if somebody gets killed over an ash tree that comes down. So anyway, we're fortunate to have that. So yeah, I'm good with 5%. I won't say 5% right on, I'll say the 5% range and go from there.
Yes.
Fine.
So I came in thinking 5% today too, but the 5.5, when I see what we'd be doing as things that we need to be doing, then yeah. I think beyond that, we're getting too much.
There's also the factor that we're missing 3 council members, but two, they may come back to the next meeting with other ideas, and I'm not sure how we proceed with bringing their feedback into this too, but just something to think about.
I agree with the 5% range. I'm finding it hard to stick to a 5.0 given the value of the asks today. I don't think you're asking, I think you're asking, the request for were very reasonable things that move the township in good directions that match what people want, that match the results from the survey as best as results as can be matched. So yeah, it's tricky depending on what perspective you're looking through. A range of 5 can feel like movement with the times. It can feel like digging ourselves out of the past years where our roads weren't being maintained as well. It can also feel like a lot of money to absolutely struggling right now. So it is a challenging one. So I'll stick with the 5% range.
So just a question, where did that leave events at just 20,000 or can we add 5,000 there? It was asking, we had 20,000 to start as a base. We were asking for another 20,000. Could we add 5 as a one-time for next year to cover special celebrations for the 25th?
If you are looking for something to be a one-time, I would recommend utilization of stabilization reserves. If you're looking for something to be perpetuity, we're better to have it be the tax base now. We do have our working capital reserve that we would have opportunities within it. If you were looking to do some one-time stabilization and special events from that, however, I would ask from the operating side, we are tracking and identifying what is that one-time component of the cost compared to our routine and regular, which depending on how it is implemented and planned may become a bit more difficult if it's added into some routine events opposed to a specific one-off.
So another question then would be, are there any special grants to be accessed for special events, such as that, as an anniversary?
There is one that is open right now. However, it requires $100,000.
No, we're not doing that. Not having that big a party.
We were trying to look at what some other core services or projects that are approved may marry into that. We weren't quite able to find any more that met the definition required under the grant. The grant was looking around programming and community involvement, a sense of home and being. So community events provided that sense of community and being, but not looking at $100,000 worth of community events, which I'm sure some would appreciate.
No, larger, that Toronto or Brampton, that type of thing, that doesn't fall within them, it doesn't fall within us. Do you have another
No,
comment?
just to support like $5,000 for the extra anniversary for as a one-time from the appropriate stabilization reserve. I'd be okay with that. I don't imagine that's gonna have much of an impact overall on the tax rate.
Okay, anything else you need from us? And then does Carly have a whole list of, to read off for us to move?
The only other thing I had was the clarity around the procurement risk management coordinator being a full-time FTE versus a 3-year contract position.
I think looking to the future, we need to look at that. I think there'd be savings just from that position, having it. I mean, years and years ago, worked in purchasing, there were things that purchasing agents knew of how to get best pricing, how to make sure the contract was the best and all of that, that I think there's value in that position. And then if it's also looking at the risk management side.
No, I agree with you 100%. There's certainly value in the whole process and the position itself. I guess where I was going originally was that if we found out, if we had a contract position after 3 years that we didn't think was working out, that we could do something about it. If we hire somebody full time, and I'm not saying we won't use them because we likely would, but I just want to have an avenue out if things aren't going the right direction. That's where I was going. But
So 3 years with the possibility of extension?
full time? If that's an option.
If that's
I
an
just,
option.
So for you, if I may, something council may want to consider is if you're approving it on a contract basis, recognizing your CIO in the coming months, only 2 weeks in, not expecting it. In the coming months, whether that's 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, they may also be proposing changes to the org structure, where one of those changes may be looking at the permanency of that role or introduction of other roles. That for the purposes of the 2026 budget, we could be looking at a new contract. Your number is still the same, whether they are contract or FTE, permanent FTE. They would still be hired from the Township of Georgian Bluffs, granted those similar benefits that we do extend to our contract employees. That it's just that new body or that new position doesn't become part of your overall FTE count. It becomes a temporary addition to the FTE count. That is a possibility. It has no changes in the financial. There may be changes down the line to your org structure that may adjust the logic or the reason behind some of that. CEO?
well, yes, thanks, Ryan.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So, and I guess that's where I was going to with the contract position. If coming down with the org chart, that we do want to make some changes and things do change, we have the options to still move that one person if we need to. That was kind of where I was going, but trust me, I'm not against hiring somebody full-time. I just want to be sure it's the way we need to do it as an organization.
So if we put it in there now, as you go ahead and do the research into what all would be involved there, you don't have to move forward with it if you find that, no, we can't use that position, or could there be some flexibility in changing what the position is?
If you have someone onboarded, it becomes more difficult to change some of those duties.
But I think we're looking at half of next year, so we're 8 months out from bringing that person in. So the exact position doesn't have to be decided today.
There is a need for the purchasing and risk management, which is why the request was coming specifically for that.
I think you're going to see, I think we're going to see lots of change and opportunity over the life of the contract that you're suggesting. So there's shared services underway, there will be retirements, there may be lots of opportunity to move or adjust some pieces. So I think what you are suggesting is prudent and doesn't hamper our ability to look at our organization a little out, 6 months out and a year out to look at what people are doing. We have a vacant position that we're still looking at too. So I think that we recognize the need in procurement and purchasing. And I think if we budget for that, it gives us capacity to address that need. And it doesn't hamper our ability to look at the impact of shared services and other pieces of attrition that happen over a period of time in municipal government.
And just further to that is 3 years. I know that was put on the table. If we go to a contract position, is 3 years the right amount of time? Is 2 years better? What would give you a sense for how long that position needs to be in place before we make a decision as to it being a permanent FTE?
Well, I'll look to you guys. You made the recommendation, so I think it's more than 2 weeks, and it's more than 2 weeks or less than 5 years. So probably 2 years, 3 years.
I think that's a difficult question to answer, truthfully. Part of me is sitting here really reflecting on the org review that we've talked about a little bit today, evaluating where our resources currently sit. And maybe that's the exercise that needs to happen.
before we commit to a time period. I think both Sam and I, in drafting this report, both agree that it's needed on a full-time permanent basis. But it may be that org review needs to be completed in order for that justification to be demonstrated. So I would suggest that exercise is probably worthwhile.
But do we need that included in today's direction going forward?
I'm trying not to sound biased. It was presented as a permanent FTE because that is what staff feel the need is for the township going forward. Right now, risk management and procurement are both side of the desk duties that we're trying to keep floating on. Not always doing it well, but something's happening around it. There's a need for it permanently full-time. Our procurement activities, when I think back to when I started to now, they've only gotten more. We have a lot of big projects that are coming down the pipeline. There's only going to be more. From the risk management standpoint, those inherent risks of being a municipality aren't going to go away no matter how much policy development we have, how much education we maybe have. That I do see the need for it. Opportunity. I appreciate and recognize sometimes there needs to be that additional third look at it and looking at the org structure as a whole to determine where some of those gaps are. We just went through job descriptions, so part of it is going to be looking at some of those job descriptions. Maybe it's a matter of formulating a job description for this to identify, is there duplications within other current staff jobs that from a finance side we maybe don't see, recognizing we maybe don't know what every position does. Is there efficiencies that can be found if there are 5 people in a leadership role that have similar things around procurement? Is there efficiencies that can be identified from it now being within one? So maybe that more holistic look needs to be had. However, I do feel it is a need for this township to mitigate and try to soften some of those liabilities that we do face from a procurement standpoint and from a risk management standpoint.
I'm going to suggest we leave it in there as the 52.5 for next year. And being cognizant of the fact that Tobin has to get going, so we have a motion that's going to need to be read out here.
Our deputy treasurer brought up one more thing. If you are wanting to formalize a direction around Salvo, Wyerton, and Deep West, it sounded like the discussion was you were not interested in contributing, or you wanting that in writing, just gives us something to provide to the group instead of the thought of it falling flat in essence.
I think we'll continue to support in delegations and everywhere that we can, but financially, I get the feeling from around here that it's a no.
If I may just clarify, or the current plan is to leave the new position in the budget request, or just as a full-time FTE going forward. I think I'm okay with that. I just wanted to clarify that I understood that.
So you said full-time, but the question is not full-time, it's always been full-time.
Right.
Is it permanent or is it a contract? I'm still dealing with, I would rather.
So it's what I heard was it's going to be the same dollar value, no matter which way it is. So I think we can wait on staff to come back with a recommendation on full-time or contract, or permanent or contract.
It is full-time.
It's going to be,
yes,
yes,
contract.
yeah, but the dollar value is still going to be there.
I know, I'm not leaving till 4:30. I am just, I need a little transition time between
Yes.
events. Okay. So at 4:30, I wish to be ready to go, but I will definitely stick around for and vote. And
I'll read this if everybody's ready. So the recommendation I crafted reads that the 2026 business plan request contained herein be endorsed by council, subject to the following inclusions, deletions, and revisions. 1, that the funds allocated to the community improvement plan be reduced to $20,000 funded from the planning reserve. 2, that the funds allocated to the roadside brushing be increased to $40,000 as a one-time capital request and funded from the environmental stabilization reserve. 3, that the special events operating budget remain at $20,000 annually with a one-time capital contribution of $5,000 for the township's 25th anniversary celebration funded from the appropriate stabilization reserve. 4, that the procurement and risk management coordinator be supported with the full-time or contract status to be determined at a future time and prior to filling the role. And that staff be directed to apply for the Community Emergency Preparedness Grant for the purchase of 2 sets of road closure trailers, and that staff be directed to investigate the cost and feasibility of floor resurfacing at Kemble Community Center, and that council hereby requests that the mayor consider the endorsed request and the council feedback, including an increase of no higher than an approximate 5% increase resulting from the October 2025 business planning strategic session in preparation of the draft 2026 budget.
We have a mover and a seconder. Councilor Colburn, Councilor King. There's no further discussion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. There's more things I have to do. That was a separate meeting. So the recommendation that the strategic session be adjourned and that the special council meeting be resumed at 4:23 p.m. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councilor Day, all in favor? It's carried. Okay, your stuff. Also, all that staff be directed to present the 2026 user fees bylaw for council's consideration at an upcoming council meeting. I have a mover. Oh, it says turn over to staff. Are we still going here? I thought we did that.
We did, yeah, we just did it in a different sequence.
Are we at the confirming bylaw now?
So we are at 2026 user fees. We haven't received that direction to present the 2026 user fees for council's consideration at a future meeting.
Okay, so I still do need a mover and a seconder on that one. It just, the next thing said turn over to staff, so we're out of order, okay. That staff be directed to present the 2026 user fees bylaw for council's consideration at an upcoming council meeting. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councilor Colburn, Councilor Day, any discussion? Call the vote, all in favor? That is carried. Same thing on asset management plan update, that council received report COR 2025-032 asset management plan update as the annual review of the asset management plan in accordance with Ontario Regulation 588/17 asset management planning for municipal infrastructure, Section 9 annual review of asset management planning progress. And that staff consider this update as part of the 2026 financial services strategic session. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councilor Colburn, discussion, all in favor? That is carried. We skip 6, thank you, confirming bylaw. The recommendation that bylaw number 2025-068 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on October 22nd, 2025 be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, and sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councilor Day, Deputy Mayor Pringle, all in favor? That is carried. Date of next meeting, November 5th at 5 p.m. and immediately following a special council meeting at 6 p.m. Recommendation, the meeting be adjourned at 4:26. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councilor Colburn, Councilor Day, all in favor?